Florida, we are doing it. What's up? I like that I got the laugh on the Florida. She was like, yes, Florida, very funny. Yeah. I've actually been spending my pandemic down here in Florida. I did my quarantine here, which was pretty amazing because 50% of the people in Florida believe in COVID, and the other 50% will have you spit in their mouth to prove they're not gay. So. Shit was wild down here. People in Florida treated COVID like it was a TV show on Netflix. They just binged it last March and then just forgot about it. You'd be out and you'd bring it up like, oof, that COVID shit was crazy. And they'd be like, oh, I didn't watch that one. I'm not into sci-fi. So, yeah. They'd be like, I watched Tiger King, though. That was pretty good. I wasn't planning on being down here for the pandemic. What happened was I came to visit my parents, and then COVID happened, and now I'm retired. So, yeah. It's going pretty great. I'm going to buy some white New Balances tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to get into golf and racism next, you know. All the Florida shit. What is it about being 100 years old that makes you want to have Velcro on your shoes and to be able to use the N-word freely? I'm asking for my dad's neighbor. Those walls are very thin, and I know he's not listening to ODB, so. Yeah, he's into the Klan, just not the Wu-Tang one. This dude has the biggest Confederate flag I've ever seen in my life hanging off his porch. It's insane. Like, picture a car dealership big, now double it, right? I know, and I know a lot of people say that that flag's about the history, but that one, definitely about the racism. I don't get the Confederate flag. Maybe it's because I grew up in New York, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, having a Confederate flag is like having photos of your ex-girlfriend up all over your apartment. And then inviting your new girlfriend over to your apartment. And being like, oh, these? No, it's nothing weird. It's just about our history together. Oh, what do I want to do for fun? I was thinking maybe you could dress up as my ex-girlfriend. We'd go back to our old apartment, reenact fights we used to have. Yeah, for the history. What would we fight about? Slavery. What side was I on? Never mind, I gotta go get a tattoo removed. Don't worry who Dixie is. It's crazy. I'm living in Florida. I'm crashing with my parents right now. 38 years old. I'm crashing with my parents. It's fucked up. This was not the plan, you know? Shit was going very well before the pandemic for me. I got on TV twice last year. I got Judd Apatow's email address. I'm sending him. He's not answering, but don't worry. He's busy. Yeah. And now I'm crashing with my parents at 38 years old. The other day, my dad asked me if I had brushed my teeth. I want to be like, motherfucker, I got great pubes. What are we doing here? And unless you start knocking, you're going to find out real soon. This dude is not knocking. Or he's knocking, but he's doing the knock as he opens the door. It's bullshit. Yeah, I feel like my dad is trying to catch me jerking off. Because he didn't catch me as a teenager, and I feel like he thinks that's something we missed out on. Did I brush my teeth? No, motherfucker, I'm going to ride my bicycle. Leave me alone. Yes, I have my helmet. Shut up. Oh, man. I'll tell you this. I didn't think I was going to be headed into my 40s masturbating with headphones again, but here we are. Yeah. It's real. I got one Bose noise-canceling headphone on one ear. I got one eye on the door. You know how hard it is to catch a nut when you're in full panic mode? I'm just terrified my dad's gonna come bursting in at any moment, like, you got a new Architectural Digest. People say all the time, too, you're in Florida. That must be so relaxing. It's like, yeah, if your idea of relaxing is my dad trying to catch me jerking off every 20 minutes, sure. And it's not even just the coming in. Like, the other day, it's 7 in the morning. 7 in the morning, I'm asleep. I hear thwack, 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 thwack. I'm like, what the fuck? Are we getting invaded? I roll over. My dad's in my room, knee pads on, crowbar, pulling up the flooring. I'm like, Jimmy, what are you doing? And he's like, buddy, they're coming to replace the rug. 3 weeks. We got to get this out of here right now. I can't even get mad at him. You know what I mean? Because my dad just has that dad brain. My dad has a dad brain. He can't turn it off. And the fucked up part is, too, now I have that brain, too. Like, I'm just wired that way. That's the craziest thing about living with your parents at this age. You get to see the people who installed your character defects. I'll just be sitting there at dinner and I'll just be like, oh, fuck, that's why I cry in the shower. That's it, right there. It's been insane. I'm living in an old folks community right now. I know. Or my mom will say, this isn't an old folks community. This is not a 55 plus community. And that's true, because there are 3 other people right now who are living there who are also crashing with their parents. And we see each other every day on our walks and give each other knowing looks like, yeah, we fucked up. We shouldn't have followed our dreams. I should have took that bus driver's test. I could be in a union right now. Yeah? This is totally true. Before COVID, my dream was to have my own television show. Now it's just to be able to pick my own television show. Did you guys know that there are 376 shows that take place in Alaska and my dad watches every one of them? I've actually figured out how I'm going to get my own TV show. I'm just going to move to Alaska. Yeah, and I'm going to tell jokes to bears, and it's going to be called Alaska's Got Talent. Oh, man. It's been wild, too. My parents got the Rona while I was down here, which is crazy. Yeah, I know. They're okay. They're good, which is nice. You guys okay? You're like, I don't know. They sound kind of shitty, dude. No, they were great. That was my favorite part about my parents getting COVID, is that they were okay. Actually, my favorite part about my parents getting COVID is the fact that I know I didn't give my parents COVID. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that same feeling as when you find out your ex is pregnant and you know you're not the dad. You're like, I didn't do that. It wasn't me. I'm cool. Yeah. That is every man's biggest fear, is that he's going to get his ex pregnant. Like, for every man, no relationship is actually over till 28 days after that relationship. Yeah, for men, a relationship is like a sentence. It's not over till the period. I got that same app on my phone. I'm not shocked my parents got the Rona, though. Mostly because of the fact that my mom is way too friendly. My mom is the sweetest woman on earth. Like, my mom would open mouth kiss a stranger if they asked her nicely. She'd be like, they seem sad. They asked. I don't know. And old people here in Florida would walk up to you without a mask because they're all just ready to die. Yeah, they're like a Biggie Smalls album. Yeah, they're hoping for life after death. My parents were good about the mask, though. I was really proud of them for that. That was some people hated the mask. I had no problem with them. I'm a fan of science. Yeah. I like that I can freeball this face to the world now, though. Don't get me wrong. I was actually on a hike a couple months ago with one of my friends, and I was wearing my mask, and he was giving me shit about it. He was like, why are you wearing that mask right now, dude? There's nobody else around. And I was like, I wear this mask for the same reason I wear a condom, because I don't know who the fuck was there before me. Yeah, masks were like condoms for your face. Like, whenever I saw a dude out in public not rocking a mask, I just assumed his dick was riddled with STDs. Yeah, I imagine that dick looked like an old banana, you know? Very spotty, little yellow, kind of crooked. Also, by the way, you know that dude who's rocking a mask with his nose just sticking over the top? That's the dude who asks, hey, can I put in just the tip? Also, by the way, men, the tip is the worst part. That's where the cum comes out of. Stop asking to put that in. Yeah, like if a dude, like ladies, if a dude says, hey, can I put in just the tip, you'd be better off going, hey, how about just the balls? Because that's where they keep the cum, but nobody's getting pregnant, you know what I mean? Like, you'd be better off going in soft and sideways. That's all I'm trying to say. My friend too was giving me shit too. He was like, I feel like you're wearing that mask because you don't trust me. And I was like, yeah, motherfucker, I don't. He was like, that's fucked up. Why don't you trust me? And I was like, dude, you got herpes from a stripper in Dallas in your 30s. Like, if that shit happened in your 20s, I understand. People make mistakes. And he was like, that's fucked up. You know I was drunk. And I was like, motherfucker, I was blacked out from 13 to 29, and my dick still looks like it rolled off the factory floor. That's not totally true. I got this one weird scar in the bottom, but we don't have time to get into that tonight. Yeah, just know I was 13. I was wearing a condom to the mall. I was trying to be ready at all times. Yeah, there was a manager of Forever 21 I was very fond of. Maybe today, maybe today. I actually had to move twice during the pandemic. The first time I moved because my girlfriend wanted a much nicer place. The second time I moved because my girlfriend did not want me in that place. Yeah, I went through a little bit of a COVID breakup. We did what's called a conscious uncoupling. Do you guys know what that is? Yeah, that's when you break up but you still have 6 months left on that lease. Yeah. And it's weird when you live with your ex, because when you live with your ex, you can't have sex, you can't have sex with anyone else, and you can't leave dishes in the sink. So by weird, I mean it's exactly like still dating my ex. I should have seen that shit coming too, because when we first started dating, she said to me, hey, I think we should write our names in all of our books in case we break up. Yeah, I'm not an English professor, but I believe that's what they call foreshadowing. And now I'm single for the first time in a decade. It's crazy. 10 years. I haven't been single in 10 years. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's wild. Like, I was with this woman for 6 years. Before that, I was married for 4.5 years. Like, the last time I was single, Barack Obama was in his first term as president. Tinder hadn't been invented yet, and people weren't openly talking about eating ass. Yeah, the times have changed. These 20-year-olds, they're psychos. They're out there eating ass. I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing it. Call me old-fashioned. I'll do anything but eat your ass. Actually, that's what I'm gonna write on my Tinder profile. I'll do anything but eat your ass. I'll co-sign on a loan. I got great credit. I got an 810. Yeah, I don't know if you know shit about credit scores. That's a fucking good one. I own a 2016 Toyota Prius, paid for it in cash with dick jokes. I own a car. I'm not eating your asshole. Fuck off. This is totally true. This is totally true. 20-year-olds were actually eating so much ass at the beginning of the pandemic. New York State Governor Andrew Cuomo had to send out an email telling them to calm down on the eating ass. Do you know how much ass you have to eat to get the government involved? I imagine it's ass by the pounds. I do not know. 20-year-olds, you're gross. Knock it off. It's disgusting. I shouldn't talk shit, though. I was the grossest 20-year-old in the world. I think between the years of like 2001 and 2011, I brushed my teeth like 3 times. I know, I might as well have been eating ass. My breath already tasted like it. Also, 20-year-old men, Irish Spring, that is not soap. That is the government cheese of soap. Knock it off. Get yourself something with an oatmeal in it, something that exfoliates. You're worth it. You know what? I'm lying to you guys. I probably would have ate ass in my 20s. I probably would have, because I didn't have any confidence in my 20s. I didn't really like myself that much in my 20s. That's why I drank a lot in my 20s. And alcohol, the reason was alcohol will give you confidence. And I know that for a fact, because one time when I was drunk, I invited a woman back to my apartment when I knew I didn't have electricity. Yeah, she came too. Or she didn't come, but she like showed up and then left. You guys know what I mean. That's not even the most embarrassing thing I ever did in my 20s. This is totally true. One time while I was having sex with a woman, I said to her, "I can't believe you're letting me do this right now." Yeah, I know. Have you ever seen someone realize they made a mistake while you're inside of them? I know. I don't know what the opposite of getting wet is, but I definitely did that for her, so that was kind of cool. I got to feel like a magician. I was like, where once there was a river, now there's a desert. I actually said ta-da at the end. It was pretty fucked up. I feel bad for people in their 20s. The 20s is the hardest period in your life. Nobody tells you that. The 20s is the roughest period in your life. Your 20s is like a second puberty, but instead of getting hair on your balls, you have to learn how to pay your own vision and dental. It's bullshit. It's so hard. Like when you're in your 20s and you go through a breakup, you're like, oh my God, my life's over. I don't know what I'm gonna do. When you're in your 30s and you go through a breakup, you're like, oh my God, I need a new fucking mattress. Like when I was in my 20s and I was so poor and broke living in New York City, starting out in stand-up comedy, my room was so small, I couldn't have a regular size bed in there. I had to have a bunk bed. Yeah, try being 26 and picking up a woman with a bunk bed. She'd be like, hey, you want to go back to your place? And I'd have to be like, hey, are you afraid of heights? And you can't have crazy wild sex in a bunk bed. That shit's not happening. There's only two positions, sideways and disappointed. That's it. Yeah, like if a girl has to get on top, that means I'm underneath the bed jerking off. I used to tell women too that I had a loft bed, but then they thought we were going back to make love in my loft apartment. When the truth is they were about to get side fucked in what used to be somebody's coat closet. Also, 20-year-old dudes in here, I want to give you a piece of advice. Because I had a hard time with women in my 20s, and I want to tell you this because I want a woman to fuck you more than once, right? Yeah, because here's the thing. If you're a 20-year-old man and you're in here, there is a device that you can buy that you can keep in your bedroom that will greatly increase the chances of a woman having an orgasm, and it will greatly increase her chances of her coming back to have sex with you again. And it's a very simple device. You can get it anywhere, and it's called a bed frame. You hear that? Those are some women who fucked some starving artists right there. Yeah. Get your fucking mattress off the floor. No woman wants to be fucking a dude whose mattress is on the floor. Look, and I'm not even saying that shit needs to be like West Elm. Get fucking 4 cinder blocks and a piece of plywood. Yeah. They'll be like, he has goals, he has aspirations, he has hopes. No woman wants to be banging a dude and be reminded how close she is to her bottom. Both physically, emotionally, and mentally. I'm not even trying to fuck anybody right now. I'm sure, I don't give a fuck right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like in your 20s, you're trying to fuck, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not available right now. I'm not. Like, and I'm not in a relationship, and I'm not single. What this is happily alone. That's what I am right now. Yeah, it's the best. It's the best. I know someone will fuck me in my 30s. That's the difference. Like, I know someone will fuck me now because I have skills. I bring shit to the table. You know what I mean? Like, I know how to roast a whole chicken. Yeah, I own a La Creuset. That's French cookware. Someone will fuck me. 20-year-old men, pick up skills, buy spices. Spices are the things that go in cabinets. Cabinets are what I used to put empty Jack Daniels bottles on top of. Yeah, because I thought that was art in my 20s. I was like, look at all I've accomplished. But now, I'm not trying to fuck any of these people. I could give a shit. Because here's the thing, I like me now. I didn't like me in my 20s. So now if you want to fuck me, you got to be cool. You got to like bring shit to the table. Like if you want to fuck me, you got to have a 401k. Because one of us is going to need it. And also, by the way, I don't need anyone to fuck me now because I can fuck me. Yeah. And after I fuck me, I'm going to watch the movie I want to watch. Yeah, I'm never watching Gilmore Girls again. That shit's over. I don't give a fuck what's happening in Stars Hollow right now. I don't know what it is about my dick, but apparently it pairs very well with Gilmore Girls. Like, if my dick was on Netflix, Netflix would be like, you also might like the Gilmore Girls. I don't want to make it sound like I'm anti-relationship, though. I love relationships. I think relationships are amazing. Like, the last relationship I was in was incredible. The woman was great. I learned so much during that relationship, and I grew a lot during it. And by that, I mean I got fat as fuck. I got so fat in that relationship, but I feel like that's nature's way of telling you you're in love. You know what I mean? Like nature's like, ice cream, donuts, you're not going anywhere, buddy. Like, have you ever seen one of your friends after they start dating somebody new and you see them coming and you're like, oh shit. And they're like, dude, Stephanie's amazing. I'm in love. And you're like, I can tell, you're rocking a 2X right now. I didn't know diabetes was a side effect of love. Happy for your heart, worried for your toes. My whole goal after my breakup is I just wanted to become an internet thirst trap. You literally covered your mouth on that. It was great. I know. Thank you. And so far, I've lost 37 pounds since the... Thank you. And so far after shows, 2 women have slid into my DMs. Thank you. I have not responded yet. I'm just way too nervous. Not that I think the sex will be bad, I'm just afraid we'll pop my blow-up mattress. There's actually a term for when you have sex on a blow-up mattress. It's called dry docking. Yeah. It's not because you're having sex outside of a pool, it's just because no woman can get wet while getting fucked on top of a flotation device. Should I have said WAP? Do you think that would have been funnier there if I said WAP? Okay. Everyone knows what WAP is, right? Or WAP, depending on, yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I mean, if Bernie Sanders knows who Cardi B is, everyone's gonna know who Cardi B is, right? Like, if a Bernie Sanders is at home with a mitten stirring a pot of macaroni, like, yeah, it does kind of sound like pussy, so... After the breakup, I decided I was gonna come here to Florida to see my parents, stay with my folks, and I was worried about Corona, so I was like, I'm gonna camp the whole way. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just not gonna stay in hotels. And I don't know if you guys can tell from my vibe so far, I'm not much of a camping guy. Like, I don't know shit about camping. Like, okay, so how do I get into this? So I had to take a shit in a garbage bag in the woods, okay? And I was in Albuquerque, New Mexico, very windy state, not the state to be shitting in a garbage bag in the woods. Gale force winds in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I picked a place called Pack Out, which literally means you have to take your shit with you, which I didn't know. And I was talking to my manly camper friend about it, and he was like, well, what technique did you use? And I was like, technique? I shat into a bag in the woods. And he was like, yeah, but you went through the legs, right? And I was like, oh no, I went full skier. And he was like, full skier? I was like, yeah, you know, full skier? Like, you know when they're taking off at the Olympics? That was me, and I was going for the bronze. And here's the thing, I opened my car door to try to block the wind, but wind can go under car doors, lifting garbage bags, basically making me look like a giant beaver shitting in the woods. let's put it this way. I've now officially been camping 0 times. I've shit on my hand once. So. And it's weird when you shit on your hands in the woods. I imagine it's a lot like when you bury a body in the woods. Like, there's a lot of wet wipes involved, and you hope no one ever finds out about it. Yeah, I got hotels the next 2 nights too, because I would rather get COVID than shit on my hands again. It's wild. Me and the ex, we were fucking serious, man. We were talking about whether or not we wanted to get married. Clearly not. What happened was her little 4-year-old niece just walked up to me in Disneyland in front of her whole entire family and just went, "Why won't you marry my aunt?" I know, it was like, "Hey kid, shut the fuck up." I didn't actually say that. I love her. She's the greatest. But I couldn't tell her the truth, you know? I couldn't be like, well, your aunt's been married before and she's still working through some shit spiritually, so pretty much it's on her at this point. So. The truth, it was scary because we had both been married before, so we both knew how hard it was, and we both knew how much a fucking wedding cost. This is totally true. Average cost of a wedding in New York City, where I'm originally from, $60,000. Yeah, you guys know $60,000, right? Like the amount of money I made in my 20s if we round up by $37,000. $60,000. This is why I feel like young people shouldn't be allowed to get married. Or not that young people shouldn't be allowed to get married, but you should have to be married like 5 years before you can throw yourself a wedding. Because like young people don't know what to do with money. Young people are like, we'll be fine. Old people are like, no, you won't. Like if you ask any older couple who's been married for more than 5 years if they were throwing themselves a wedding, hey, do you want to spend $10,000 on appetizers? They'd be like, you can go to hell. Because older couples know nobody gives a shit about the appetizers at your wedding. Like people only care about one thing at a wedding, and it's not your love, it's the open bar. You could have 6 kegs of beer and some Totino's pizza rolls, and people would still be like, this is a pretty good wedding. I also feel like you should have to go on your honeymoon before you get married. That's something I believe. I think you should have to go on your honeymoon. Some people say live together before you get married. I think honeymoon. Because if you can't get along in Hawaii, you're sure as shit not going to make it in Cleveland. And also, by the way, no more destination weddings. I'm out, I'm done. I'm not renewing my passport to watch you make a mistake. And also, by the way, if you do have a destination wedding and you get divorced in the first 5 years, we're all getting refunds now. And you're flying us to your divorce, and you're having it somewhere fun like Acapulco. My idiot Guido cousin, yeah, and I say Guido in the meanest way possible. And if you don't know what a Guido is, it's just a dude who's covered in hundreds of tattoos of Jesus bleeding. He'd be like, hey Sal, what's the last religious thing you did? And he'll be like, what are you talking about? I just gave up fingering for Lent. All right, peace be with you, buddy. Patron saint of meatballs, that guy. On his Scarface wedding, he spent $180,000. Yeah, $180,000 so his bride could feel like a princess for the day. When for $180,000, she could have became the actual queen of Detroit. Very cheap property there. $180,000, and I don't even remember that much about that wedding. Isn't that crazy? Or I remember 2 things. There were giant marble staircases she had to walk down before we could eat, and there were piles of cheese stacked up like blow. Like so much cheese, if anyone ate all this cheese, they wouldn't shit for 3 years. Isn't that crazy? I went to a wedding that cost as much as 7 Kia Souls. All I remember, stairs, cheese. That's it. That's fucked up. Like, that's nuts. They spent $180,000 on a wedding. Only thing they had to show for it at the end of that wedding was a photo album of them spending $180,000. Once again, this is why I feel like young people shouldn't be allowed to get married. Because if that was any older couple, if you gave any older couple the option between you could have a photo album to remember this day for the rest of your life, or you could afford a stackable washer and dryer. Yeah, there's not an old there's not an old couple who isn't like, give me the fucking Whirlpool, baby. A mother of three would kick her own pastor in the pussy for in-unit laundry. But young people are like, no, we need that photo album. We need to remember this day for the rest of our lives. Bullshit. I've been married. I'm divorced. I got one of those photo albums. I'm not doing shit with it. But I know what I'm gonna do with it. I'm gonna Photoshop my new girlfriend's face on top of my ex-wife's face. Yeah, and then when I propose to her, I'm gonna give her that photo album and be like, hey, I just saved us $10,000. I got divorced. I got divorced for the main reason most people get divorced. I picked wrong. Yeah. I went with opposites attract. Yeah. Opposites also fuck a bartender named Craig. So. Oh, do you guys think I fucked Craig? I didn't fuck Craig. I could have though. Don't get weird about it. I like to think of Craig's dick as like the iceberg on the Titanic. It got me off the ship. Also, by the way, if you're in here and you're in your 20s and you're thinking about getting married right now, don't fucking do it. Statistically, people get married in their 20s versus people who wait till their 30s don't make it. Like, let's put it this way. If you bought an unframed poster in the past decade, you're not ready to be married. You're not responsible enough to be part of a joint checking account. This is totally true. On my honeymoon, I bought a Nirvana t-shirt. I could have just told you that and you would have been like, divorced. Also, by the way, if you're in here in your 20s right now and you're thinking about getting a tattoo, don't fucking do it. Your taste, much like the person you're here with now, gonna change. Like, when I was in my 20s, I wanted to get a Dave Matthews Band tattoo. Yeah, now as an adult, I know I don't like Dave Matthews Band. I just like being drunk outside. That's not totally true. I mean, I loved being drunk outside, but I just celebrated 8 years sober, which is crazy. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks a bunch. It's funny. Sometimes I'll tell people that, and they'll be like, but you smoke weed though, right? And I'm like, sober. And they're like, so weed. That's like a guy going to a girl who's like, I'm a virgin. I'm saving myself for marriage. And the dude's like, so butt stuff, right? I didn't quit smoking weed, though, because I had a problem with weed. I quit smoking weed because I got tired of looking for my cell phone with the flashlight on my cell phone. And it's fucking... And it's crazy now because weed is just illegal in so many states around the country. You can just walk into a store and buy weed over the counter. It's nuts. Like, when I was a kid, if you wanted to buy weed, you had to go to like a parking lot or a substitute teacher. Yeah, you had to beep a guy. There was a protocol involved. I'm worried about these kids. They're not gonna have life skills. And now there's all these different kinds of weed. It's crazy. There's like indica, sativa, Bubba Kush, Northern Lights. Like, it's nuts. Like, when I was a kid, there was only two kinds of weed. There was dirt weed and there was laced weed. That's it. You're either not getting high or getting way too fucking high. Like, this is totally true. First 2 times I smoked weed, nothing happened. Third time I smoked weed, it was PCP. I'm happy you enjoyed that, miss, because I did not. Has anyone here ever been so high that they watched cartoons for 2 hours and then realized the television wasn't on? Yeah, turns out Mitt Romney, not one of the Powerpuff Girls. And here's the thing about when you smoke angel dust. It's gonna last a lot longer than you were planning. And you're 15 and you got a curfew and you gotta be home real soon. And you know who's gonna notice that you're on PCP right away? Your mom. She's gonna pick some shit up. And I don't know what gave me away, the fact that I wasn't wearing a t-shirt or it was December in New York, but she knew. And as soon as I walked through the door, my mom was like, "Are you high right now?" And I was like, "No, I'm on Goldschlager." That's what I told her. I just admitted to a completely different crime. That's how I know I can never commit an actual crime. Because if a cop was ever like, "Have you been drinking and driving?" I'd be like, "No, I murdered a drifter." So. Good to go? Good to go. And the craziest thing too now is like, even though I'm sober, I travel around, and it's crazy to me when I go to a state that doesn't have legal weed, because it's always for like the most bullshit excuses. They're like, "Well, what if the kids get it? They'll get cooler taste in music. They'll be fine." And people are like, "Yeah, but it's a gateway drug." And I'm like, "Yeah, to reggae. They'll be fine." Like, by a round of applause, how many people in here have smoked weed before? Yeah, my favorite are the people who are high now because they raise their hand. Present. Present. I'm here. Now, by a round of applause, how many people have done heroin? Yeah, that's a pretty thin game. Not one of us managed to shimmy through it. That's why I'm scared to have kids, you know? I'm scared to have kids because I don't want to pass these shitty Irish alcoholic genes down to my children, you know? Like, I don't want to just give them these Irish genes of mild depression and varicose veins. My biggest fear about having kids, though, is I'm afraid that I'm gonna have a girl. And more so, I'm afraid that I'm gonna have a girl who looks like me. And I don't mean like the little girl version of me. I mean like me now, currently. Because we've all seen that girl who looks like her dad, and she looks like a little 40-year-old plumber. And I don't want to do that shit to my baby girl. Like, picture me in pigtails and a dress. Yeah, no one's fucking that kid. Or not. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, no one's fucking that 35-year-old adult. 35's weirder, I think, actually. What age do I want my daughter to get fucked at? Yeah. 17. Yeah. 17, prom night. He got a motel, some candles. If you're fucking my baby, you're spending some money. Yeah. Kevin from the baseball team, strong hands. Maybe a catcher, you know? Okay, that one's too far. Look, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've never talked about this on stage before. I never will again, so. I know 35's too old. I don't want my daughter walking around at 35 like, "One day my prince will come and so will I." Yeah, we've all seen those people out in the world running through a park, yelling at pigeons like, "Get out of my way, I have a doctorate." Speaking of the unfucked, I got a good story I can add in here. Right before everything shut down, I went to Vegas to see a concert with all my friends. We went to go see Elton John play the Farewell Yellow Brick Road tour. Unreal. He played for 3.5 hours. In that whole set, there was one song I didn't know. And when that song came on, I was like, perfect time to get a t-shirt. So I went down to get a t-shirt, and they had that shit roped off like Space Mountain, and I went to the wrong side. And I looked around, no one was there. I was like, fuck it, I'm going underneath. And the second I go underneath, I just hear, now, like I'm a puppy shitting on a carpet. And I just look up, and there's this red-faced woman storming towards me, and I'm like, oh my God, miss, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you, please go right ahead of me. She's like, you goddamn right I'm gonna go ahead of you, jerk. And my friend's like, why is he a jerk? He's letting you go ahead of him. And she's like, shut up, you shithead. Who gets that angry at an Elton John concert? I'll tell you, a lady who hasn't cummed in 100 years. Yeah. And in that moment, I just burst out laughing, and she goes, you know what? Go fuck yourself. And I was like, you know what? I did earlier today. That's probably why I'm being pretty chill about this whole thing right now. Maybe if you would have went and fucked yourself, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. Yeah, we'd both be back in our seats listening to Tiny Dancer. Maybe we need to get you a pocket rocket man of love. How did I get on that story? Oh, I was talking about my daughter no one would fuck. Okay, here we go. She'd have way too hard of a life growing up. She'd show up for like her first day of school, and they'd be like, what do you want to be when you grow up, little girl? And she'd be like, princess! And they'd be like, how about heating and cooling technician? Women also just have it way harder than dudes. That's why I'm scared to have a daughter, because women have to deal with way more fucking bullshit than men do. Like right now, they're trying to ban abortion again. That shit's crazy to me. Like it's also never gonna happen though. Mostly because of the fact that no millennials can afford to have kids. None of us. Yeah, you wanna know I know that? Every millennial I know is still in their parents' phone family plan. Yeah. Like if you can't afford T-Mobile, you can't afford a baby. Like, the only way millennials could afford to have kids is if 7 of us shared one, like an HBO Max password. Also, women have to deal with the luxury tax. That's another bullshit thing women have to deal with. It's an extra 7 to 10% tax on top of pads, tampons, period shit. It's bullshit. I said that in Cleveland a couple months ago. This dude in the front row was like, good. And I was like, I hope a woman free bleeds all over the front seat of your Volvo. My Diva Cup crew over here. I know my ex was afraid to have kids too. I know that because she said to me, you better not get me pregnant. I know, and she said it just like that. Like we were 2 partners in a buddy cop film who hadn't started trusting each other yet. Like she was just like, you better not get me pregnant. I panicked, and I was like, well, you better watch your back. Yeah, because that's where I'm gonna put it. You guys get the point. I'm just kidding. She would never let me do that. Very sexually progressive, just hates a mess. Here's the thing. I don't want to get anyone pregnant. I'd like to have kids one day, but those are 2 totally different things. Like one of them involves a birthing plan, the other the word oops. Like, yeah, like when I have kids, I want to use words like excited and ecstatic. I don't want to make the same sounds as if I just dropped some red wine on a carpet. Just like, oh fuck! Oh shit, I'm so sorry! I could totally pay to have that taken out. Oh, fuck you guys. Don't know about that joke. Yeah, applauding was the right response. 1 in 3 women have had an abortion. So right now, if you're here with like your mom, your sister, and your aunt, you're on statistically making one of them very uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm a feminist. I am. I'm a male feminist. Or not male feminist. I got yelled at for that shit the other day. You're not supposed to gender it. I don't know why I'm smiling while saying that. This is totally true. One time I played North Carolina, and I told a dude there I was a male feminist, and I swear to God, I think he thought I meant transgendered. He was just like, so which bathroom do you pee in? And I was like, we can't have a conversation. Just give me the fucking Slurpee. Also, by the way, I couldn't even get my ex pregnant. Like, she had an IUD. My sperm is not stronger than science. And also, for those of you men in here who don't know what an IUD is, it's this little tiny crossbow that your girlfriend puts inside. Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like you're trying to hunt the predator down there. Or she doesn't put it in there, a doctor puts it in there. If she put it in there, don't fuck that lady. Like if she got like a Kmart do it at home kind of kit, you don't bang that lady. You marry that lady. She's thrifty. I wish they made an IUD for dudes. I really do. I think that would be incredible if they made an IUD for men. But instead of stopping dudes from getting pregnant, it would just stop us from sleeping with women we shouldn't have kids with. Yeah. We could call it something like dignity. Self-respect, any of these names work. They better have a form of male birth control by the time I have a son. I'm not letting that kid go free swinging that dick in the streets. No way. I know what kind of stock my kid came from. I wish my parents would have kept my dick in a box till I was 28 years old. Then at least I'd have like an associate's degree. Yeah. Now when I fill out paperwork, I have to check some college. I might as well write in all alcoholism. I also just had my first pregnancy scare when I was super young. I was way too young. I was 13 years old. Yeah, I know. I don't look like a guy who was fucking at 13. I look like a man who's still saving himself for the Lord now. 13, that's way too young. You want to know how I know it's too young? I showed up on rollerblades to find out about it. I got there and she was like, you're probably going to want to take those off for this. And here's the crazy part too. When she told me, I swear to God, I was like, well, I'm definitely losing my allowance over this shit. By the way, I was not planning on having sex at 13. I didn't think I was like the man, you know what I mean? What happened was my parents were afraid I was already having sex, so my mom put condoms in my top drawer and told me they could be used on your wedding night, but they're there if you need them. I know, cool ass mom. And I told my girlfriend and she was like, we need them. I know, and I was like, thank you, mommy! My favorite part about that story too is even the fact that I got to have sex. It means that there was a day where my mom and my dad went to a CVS together, walked down that condom aisle, had to look at the 24-pack, the 12-pack, and the 3-pack, and they had to ask themselves, how much do we believe in this kid? They went with the 3-pack, appropriate amount. They knew their baby boy. But I was smart. I was smart. I didn't want my parents to know I was having sex, so I did my own little CVS condom recon mission, right? And I go to that CVS and I walk down that condom aisle and there's literally hundreds of condoms. And I don't know what to do. I'm 13. I'm looking at all these condoms and I don't know what to get. And all of a sudden I see the ones that say Magnums. And I'm like, Magnums, that sounds cool. So I pick up the Magnums and I go to take them up to the front, but I get some like other shit to camouflage them in with, you know what I mean? Like I pick up my Flintstones chewables, peanut M&Ms. Head up to the front and the lady starts checking me out and then she gets to the Magnums. She looks at the Magnums, looks at me and just goes, yeah, these aren't for you. And she was right. She was doing me a solid. I would have been tying the other half off as a water balloon. So. They better have a fucking IUD for my son. That's all I'm saying. This is totally true. I was on stage in Cleveland, Ohio a couple months ago, and while I was on stage talking about IUDs, this lady just yells out from the back of the room, they don't know where mine is. And I was like, what? And she was like, yeah, it's just kind of lost inside of me. And I was like, what are you doing here? And she was like, the doctor said it'll resurface. Resurface? What is it, a fucking Russian submarine? Like, was someone going down Periscope on your puss and just knock that thing loose? Do we need to go on a hunt for the Red October right now? That's not even the craziest part of this story. After the show, I'm outside, I'm meeting the audience, shaking hands, taking pictures. Totally different woman comes up to me and she's like, yeah, IUDs, they're crazy. And I was like, yeah? And she was like, yeah, every 2 weeks you gotta get in there and you gotta check for the strings. And I was like, what? And she was like, yeah, every 2 weeks you gotta get in there and you gotta check for the strings. And I was like, I don't have to do anything. Who raised these people in Cleveland? My son's getting that fucking IUD. I got fears about having kids. It's not even just that. Like, I don't want to pass my shitty genes down to my kids. I was born severely dyslexic, and I was born with a form of nerve damage in my hands that caused my hands to shake. It's the reason why every Instagram video I'm in looks like a boomerang. It's also the reason why every conversation I've ever had with the cops has ended with, yeah, I'm still gonna have to look in the trunk. I love my shaking hands now, though. Of all my disabilities, shaking hands is definitely my favorite one. As a kid, I was super embarrassed by it. It made me feel super weird. Now it's way more fun, and I'm not just talking about sexually. Like, think about the most boring thing in your guys' life, for example. Like, think about soup, for example. For you guys, soup, very boring. For me, soup is like an action movie. The people I'm sitting at the table with are like, I don't know if he's gonna make it! Spoiler alert, I never make it. I'm so dyslexic too. I'm super dyslexic. Like, I'm so dyslexic, I'd say after this show, go ahead and follow me on Twitter if you hate spelling and grammar and love puzzles. By the way, the guy who came up with the name and spelling for dyslexia, huge asshole. Like, what's their problem? They can't read or spell too well? Let's throw a silent Y in there. Why? Because fuck them, it'll be funny for the rest of us. As a dyslexic person, texting is a nightmare. The only thing worse than texting, sexting. Yeah, because this is my job. I travel for a living. I'm normally on the road like 40 weekends out of the year, and it's very hard to keep it spicy with the woman you're dating when she thinks you're constantly trying to slide into her Virginia. But then Talk to Text came out, and that shit was like a game changer for me. But even that would have its hiccups, because I'd be like, ooh, do you like that? And Siri would be like, yeah, not so much. And every time I'm doing my Talk to Sex, like I said, I'm always in some hotel room, and there's always a connecting door, and I'm always terrified on the other side of that door is some sweet family on vacation. And they hear me doing my Talk to Sex, and Siri's always fucking up the words, so you gotta keep repeating yourself. So I'm just in there like, panties, panties, panties. Like, no, why would I want to wear her pastries? Fuck off. We all have our things, you know? I also have cerebral palsy. I normally don't talk about all these topics back to back because then it sounds like I'm trying to start myself a fucking foundation. Like, that's the crazy thing about having all my disabilities too. Like, you couldn't tell by looking at me. Like, if I parked in a handicap spot at a store and you saw me walk into a Target, you'd be like, I'm keying this motherfucker's car. I would fall, break a lot of bones and shit like that because of my CP. The worst for me that ever really happened when I was in 6th grade, I had to have both my legs put in walking casts to stretch my Achilles tendons out. And to cheer me up, my parents said we were gonna take a trip. Now, in your logical 12-year-old kid brain, when you hear trip, where do you think we're going? Exactly, the Hooters on Staten Island. I don't know, you guys all did that at once. That was fucking impressive. And here's the thing, I'm 38 years old. I still wonder to this day sometimes who pitched that idea, my mom or my dad. Because think about that. Well, I was in that doctor's office, having my little fat kid legs taped up to look like giant cannolis. One of them had to be out in that waiting room like, hey, wouldn't it be funny we take the boys, see some boobies? I use that voice because I hope it was my dad. And not my mom just like, hey, you know what always cheers you up, boobies? And as soon as we walked through the door of this Hooters, my parents lied to these waitresses and told them it's my birthday. Do you guys know what they do at Hooters when it's your birthday? They make you stand on top of a plastic chair and you air jerk off salt and pepper shakers while they sing you happy birthday. Yeah, like I had to do that shit in front of my mom and dad. And I was 12. It wasn't like I didn't know what this was. It was the year jerking off showed up. And it showed up in a big way. Like the two biggest things that year in my room were masturbation and Oasis's Wonderwall. Yeah, it was a constant champagne supernova. My dad's a man's man too. My dad's a guy's guy. My dad's a New York City firefighter and a blue-collar Republican. I'm a New York City liberal and I do this for a living. I know, it is funny. Sometimes I do think to myself, like, is there any way you could be a bigger disappointment to your New York City firefighter father? Then I think, yeah, gay terrorist. Which, by the way, is what my dad calls a yoga instructor, so. Very progressive man. My dad, like, I love my dad. I love hanging out with my dad. The only problem is when we hang out, sometimes my dad's guy friends come, and they're all like the types of guys who would like smack a chick on the ass and be like, hey, what's the matter with me? What's the matter with you? That's a compliment. You should smile more. You got a pretty face. Gentlemen. And we were at this Yankees game a couple summers ago, and this dude was like, hey, what do you do for a living, pal? Huh? What do you do? You make something with your hands? What do you do? And I was like, oh, I'm never going to tell you. And he was like, come on, what do you do? And my dad, the Judas, told me out immediately. He's like, oh, him? He's a comedian. And they're like, oh, you comedian? Tell us a joke. Funny guy. Come on, Andrew Dice Clay, tell us a joke. To which I was like, oh, no. And that guy got pissed. He was like, sure, whatever, you're a comedian. Then he got up to get everyone else beers. But right before he leaves, he just leans in, taps me, and goes, woof, I'm sweating like a Jew in an audit here. Yeah, and they all start hysterical laughing. And then another one of them taps me and goes, now that's a comedian. No, it's not. That's just a racist with good timing. That's it. Have you ever seen one of those dudes who works out but does no cardio, so he just looks like someone ripped the arms off a He-Man and put him on a Mr. Potato Head? That was that dude, mustache and all. And he kept bragging. He kept bragging the whole game about how he got laid the night before, and he was like, last night, I totally did it with this chick, and then she left stuff in my apartment so she could come back so we could do it again. And I was like, are you sure it wasn't because she was like, oh, I gotta get the fuck out of here. The fucked up part is, though, is guys like that guy and guys like my dad make the best dads. Mostly because of the fact that their kids fear them. Like, that's not gonna be the case for my generation. Like, none of our kids are gonna fear us. Mostly because of the fact that none of us are going to work the kinds of jobs you come home and beat your kids from. Like, nobody comes home from a hard day of graphic designing and beats their kid. Like, you've never heard anyone be like, oh no, look out, Dad's Photoshop crashed. My dad's idiot friend, too, is one of those dudes who rocks a pop collar. You ever see one of those gentlemen? Oof. Yeah, by the way, if you don't know what the pop collar means, basically what the pop collar means is that guy is 2 Bud Light Limes away from telling you what he really thinks about Puerto Ricans. He's racist. That's not a pop collar as much as it is a reverse Ku Klux Klan hoodie. And for some reason, it's salmon. And this dude was like, dude, let me give you a little bit of advice. And I was like, oh, I totally want advice from a man who's dressed like a dog that just got back from the vet. What's up? And he was like, when you date a chick, you gotta date a chick who loves sports. A chick who loves sports. And his whole logic was, it's like being with one of the guys. It's like being with one of the guys. I don't know, me personally, anytime I'm fucking anybody, I want it to be like none of the guys. Like, you're never gonna hear me say, like, oh, wait until you meet my new girlfriend, Jessica. You'll totally love her. She'll totally remind you of Greg. It's not gonna happen. I did one time go out on a date with a woman who loves sports, and it clearly went terrible, because I'm like this guy, you know what I mean? And about halfway through the date, at one point, this lady just turned to me, and to my face, she just went, you know, they don't make men like they used to anymore. Yeah, I know, to my face. But the fucked up part is, I totally had to agree with her. Because if they did, I would have had to hit her for having an opinion on men. To be very clear, that is a joke about how I don't hit women. My dad's idiot friend found out I was getting divorced at the time, too. And he was like, oh, bro, you getting divorced? You better be careful, because if you end up getting divorced, she could get half of your shit. And I was like, really? That actually sounds pretty good, because right now she already has all of my shit. I'd love to get some of that back. Also, by the way, when you're broke and you're going through a divorce, it's not like you have a lot of shit to split up. It's like, oh, do you want this half-used spool of burnt CDs or this D battery? Yeah, I let her keep the D battery. This way she can put it in her vibrator and go fuck herself. Thank you. That's my favorite one, too. Also, by the way, none of you ladies come up to me after the show and be like, hey, just so you know, vibrators don't take D batteries, they take AAAs. I know that shit. Also, get yourself a fucking rechargeable. You can come and save the environment at the same time. You plug that little USB end in to the end of your laptop while you watch porn. Kill 2 clits with 1 stone. This is totally true. Before me and my ex-wife got divorced, we didn't have sex for a whole year. Yeah, I know, and we were only married 2 years. Right before we got divorced, I told her, I was like, hey, I think we should move to Portland, Oregon. And what she said to me is, oh, you should go move to the woods and go fuck yourself. Yeah, so not much would have changed. I would have just been in the woods. And then I met my new girlfriend, and we started having sex, lots of it. Yeah. We started having so much sex that after the first week, she had to get a monostat. Oh, fuck you guys, do not make that noise. 50% of the people on this planet have vaginas, and 99% of the time they get a yeast infection, it's because of one of those dirty dicks. So wash your goddamn dicks, gentlemen. Yeah, my situation was more of a lube situation. Stay away from those blue Trojan condoms with the Armalube. Here's the thing about monostat, though. When you go to buy a lady a monostat, they duct tape that shit and they put a security sensor on it. Yeah, here's the thing. If somebody doesn't have the money to buy that, let them fucking steal it. Yeah, like if my dick was on fire and you sold fire extinguishers and I didn't have $20 to give you and you wouldn't let me use it, you're a piece of shit. Yeah, fuck you, CVS. That's what I'm trying to say with that joke. Yeah. My whole goal in comedy is I just want to get famous enough one day where I could start my own foundation, where outside of every CVS, I'm going to have like my own kind of red box situation. But instead of movies, it's just going to be filled with monostat and cranberry pills. Yeah, and all that shit's going to be free. It's going to be called the Box Box. Yeah, we're not going to have pads in it though, because then every 28 days, we'd still have to call it the red box. Here's the other thing about monostat. I know you weren't expecting this much monostat stuff to come out of a man in a Canadian tuxedo, but buckle up. Here we go, baby. There's 2 different one-day monostats. Why the fuck are there 2 one-day monostats? It's in the name. 1. That should be it. There's an ovule and there's a preloaded stick. I fucked up. I bought the wrong one. And then I brought it home and I showed it to my girlfriend at the time. And she was like, oh, I can't use this because if I use it, it'll burn like the wrath of Allah. Yeah, direct quote. She's very funny. And I was like, no problem, I'm a man, I'll bring this shit back. I don't give a fuck, but I forgot the bag and the receipt at home. And as soon as I walked through the door of that CVS, what do you think happens? Yeah, that fucking security sensor went off, and I pulled a monostat out of my pocket, and the security guard looked at me like I just opened up a vest of dynamite. He just looked down at the floor and was like, do whatever the fuck you gotta do and get out of here. So I went and got preloaded stick, and I took stick and ovule up to the counter, and I said to the lady, I need to exchange this for this. And she goes, oh, fuck, yeah, no problem. She goes, I just need your receipt. And I go, oh, my God, I left it at home in the bag. And she goes, oh, without a receipt, I can't help you. CVS policy. Fuck CVS. And I panicked. I did the only thing I could think to do, and I just leaned over to the counter. I put my hand on this lady's hand. I said, lady, look, I know you got a heart, but you also got a pussy, so let's make this thing happen. Yeah, she let me do it. I exchanged stick for ovule. There was a $1 price difference. She put it on a gift card for me, and I bought some Rolos. Came home a hero. All right, thanks a lot, guys. I've been J.F Harris.
Oh, too much. Well, maybe a little bit. Please take your seats. The standing O's at the end. It's optional. I'm excited. It's a new year. I feel like 2020 is almost over. It's great. Kidding. It'll never end. I was doing shows in Savannah recently. Yeah, woo. Savannah does deserve 1 out of 100 woo. But the same night I was doing shows in Savannah. On that very night, it was when the Omicron variant dropped or debuted, went live, whatever. And we were really worried about the turnout. We're like, oh man, is everyone scared of this Omicron thing? Savannah was not scared of it. They were not aware of it. There were these bros bar hopping. There was like, Omicron, you're a cron, bitch. Your mama cron. I'm not worried about Omicron or any variant, and it's not because I got a booster shot. I did not get a booster shot. I got 3 booster shots. I was like, let's get boosted. And I want to get to the point where I'm like, get COVID. I fucking am COVID. And plenty of people have been like, whoa, dude, that is way too many booster shots. That can't be safe. Who let you do that? Don't worry about it. But if that's the case, if that's too many, then don't leave me that many spaces on the Vax card. I mean, that is the one upside of doing the Johnson & Johnson one and done, son. I mean, it doesn't work, but I get 3 spaces for boosties. Also, I figure whatever the booster shots don't cover, all these horse meds have been taken. That should take care of it. I've been taking a lot of horse meds. More than the recommended amount for horses. So, we'll see. And, you know, I'm not an idiot. I'll be the first to admit, it seems unlikely that you could cure a human virus with horse dewormer. But that being said, I've never seen a horse on a ventilator. You might be onto something. Oh, Joe Rogan and them. They should rename that podcast Joe Rogan and them. That's, you know, one thing they don't tell you about that ivermectin. It's strong enough for a horse, but it is pH balanced for horses as well. It's horse medication. Really no getting around that. Probably shouldn't be taking it. It's a tough pill to swallow, for sure. You know, a lot of people are dipping into the horse medicine cabinet these days. I saw this article. I didn't read it, but I saw it. I don't think it's important. I'm a headline guy. This article, it said that they were treating depression with ketamine now, which that adds up. And nothing lifts your spirits like nose diving into a K-hole. It makes me, I don't know, it kind of makes me worry that maybe depression is unbeatable. Because we're already asking ourselves questions like, I don't know, we tried horse tranks? Horses seem happy. I don't know, I think whatever, you know, ivermectin or ketamine, I think horse laughter is the best horse medicine. That's just me. I'm old-fashioned. I'm Andy Sandford, of course, and I'm a comedian, stand-up comedian. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, where I am now living again.
after I spent the last 10 years in New York City. And then I made it, and I was like, I can live anywhere I want. So I wanted to move back to Atlanta because it's so hot.
Sometimes I get bummed out, all this COVID talk. It's been a couple of years now. And I have to take a break from watching the news sometimes. They just insist on covering the world around us. It's very depressing. So I will watch the opposite of the news, Fox News. It's amazing. They're on their own planet over there. They don't give a shit. They're just doing what they want to do. I was watching the other night, and all the networks are talking about the same shit that's like, actually going on. And Fox was like, fuck that, dude. We're gonna do our own thing. They did a classic Fox move. They just got a real fancy table, and then they got 4 middle-aged white dudes to discuss for an hour the wussification of America. We're being wussified. If you didn't know. And I think they might be onto something because it used to be called the pussification. I guess that was too harsh. Had to go with something a little wussier. Now, if you're wondering what is wussifying America and our children, apparently it is trophies. We're handing out too many trophies. That's the problem. Little statues. Big statues, they're important. That's how we remember our history. That's a certain chapter of history. Yeah, little statues. This one dude was so pissed. He was going off about participation trophies. I guess he just found out about them. I don't know. And just super pissed. And he was just he was ranting and raving. Just, every kid gets a trophy? You just show up and get a trophy? I just walk in there and get a trophy? It's like, dude, do you want a trophy? I'm sure they can be arranged. But apparently they're just handing them out. He was like, what kind of lesson are we teaching these kids by giving every kid a trophy? It's like, I don't know, I guess the lesson that trophies are meaningless? Pretty good lesson, really. I've been an adult for a while. I have rarely, if ever, run into trophy-based issues. Not at all. If you're worried about trophies, wussifying your kid, surely it doesn't help to be like, no, trophies are special. You sound like a big old puss, dude. I do agree with him. I don't think children should get participation trophies, not because it'll make them a wuss or something, but because they don't really have a choice. If you're there as a kid, you gotta participate. It's not a choice. Adults should get participation trophies. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're just like me. I do so many things that I do not want to do, but I do them. Like, I don't want to pay taxes, And yeah, technically, it's illegal for me not to. But a little statue would be nice. Something. A lot of time. I mean, imagine this scenario. You're sitting at home, there's a knock at the door. Uh-oh, it's the tax man, you're being audited. Uh-oh, okay, what? You need me to dig up my 2019 tax return? Yeah, I could go dig that up, I guess. Or you could avert your gaze to my mantle. Take a look at my 2019 income tax participation trophy. It's right there. What's that? You need to see 2020? I think that's at the engravers. I remember I definitely paid taxes, because I remember thinking, like, yeah, the world's ending, Trump is president, yeah, I'm definitely paying taxes. Gotta make sure.
Andy's my greatest inspiration. Okay, I met Andy because he lived down the street from me, and I was living with my girlfriend at the time, so I would just go out and hang out with Andy because I thought that would be cooler. And Yeah, and then we were really into taquitos. So.
Yeah, I met Andy when he was like 15. And I thought, this dude's a pretty weird dude. I mean, he was funny, but like in a weird way. Like he was more weird than funny,
It still sounds weird to me. 2022. I feel like we're living in the future. Like honestly, I really thought I'd have a flying car by now, or even like a nice car. A new car, I'd take that. I definitely should have like lowered the bar for how cool the future was gonna be. When you're a kid, you think stuff like, oh man, I wonder if I'll have a jetpack. And then you turn 30 and it's like, oh man, I wonder if love is real. That'd be neat. Yeah, my girlfriend loves that joke. It's before her time, I'm not gonna drop it. Which, give it up for me, I have a girlfriend now. That's something. That's my favorite part of comedy. You could be a 38-year-old man, like, give it a clap for me. I found a lady that'll hang out with me. Good job. I actually recently got in a fight with my girlfriend, and boy, are my arms tired. We're having fun. She loves that joke. I don't know. She better love it. Joking. I know, I don't miss being single. People try to make single sound good. Never works. Like, I hear dudes say stuff like, yeah, man, I'm just single and on the prowl. It's like, all I hear is, yeah, I'm alone and out stalking. Yeah, I'm a dangerous dude now. You can try to embrace being single, but that is tough, because you normally would embrace, like, someone you love, Or catch-22 there. I didn't even mind being single. I just, like, dating as you get older just gets more and more depressing. Like, when you're in your early 20s, you ask questions like, oh, what are your plans? What are you gonna be when you grow up? And then you get to your mid-30s or so, and it's just like, so, like, what happened to you? What were you gonna be? What are you gonna do now? What's your trauma? I can't even tell you how many first dates I went on that I just heard about 20 other nightmare first dates. It's like, oh, this is probably the start of a great relationship. I definitely don't miss dating apps. I put in way too much time just tomcatting around on those dating apps. It did not go that well. I say stuff like tomcat. That's not what the kids are saying. I hate dating apps because you got to try and sell yourself and pictures and a little bio and stuff, and that's hard because you don't know who you're lying to. I got to customize. It's not how I operate. I prefer to have an air of intrigue, be a man of mystery, make the ladies curious. Sounds corny, but it does work. Like one night at a bar, 3 different women just had to know what the fuck my problem was. Wouldn't you like to know? I had to move twice during this pandemic. I don't recommend that. Next pandemic, I'm moving once. Screw it. I moved to this one place, and my roommate, who I just met, I didn't really know her, she told me that she heard me having sex, which was very embarrassing, because I was, in fact, wrestling with a fitted sheet. Really going at it. That's not the impression you want to make. Like, I don't want my roommate to hear me having sex, but I also don't want her to hear me making the bed and be like, oh, that's what he sounds like. Cool. I don't say goddamn it nearly as much in sex. Now, that being said, I'm pretty sure my current roommate, Rodney, I'm pretty certain he's heard me masturbating, unless he doesn't check his voicemails. That is so rude. You know, I never really got to know that I don't know her name, but the one that thought she heard me having sex. The only thing I'm pretty sure she was depressed because I would come home late from shows and stuff, like 4 a.m. And every time I'd come home at like 4 a.m, she would just be by herself in the living room doing a jigsaw puzzle. And that's gotta be depression. I don't know if you ever just stumbled across someone doing a jigsaw puzzle all by their lonesome, but it is poetically sad. It's just like a living metaphor for depression. You're just sitting there frustrated, trying to put the pieces back together. Can't see the big picture. Oh, breaks my heart. I've never understood the appeal of jigsaw puzzles, really. Like, it seems like you're just cleaning up a mess. You know? I don't know, it's just like there's no payoff, really. There's no big reveal or anything. You finish the puzzle and you're like, well, that certainly looks like the picture on the box. And I knew it would because I used the box to help me finish the puzzle. Which, you know, we're getting pretty loose with the term puzzle there. Has anyone not figured it out? I can't imagine someone getting stumped on a jigsaw puzzle. It's like, oh man, this one's a corner. That's gotta be a clue. Some people are really proud of their jigsaw. They'll like mat and frame a finished jigsaw puzzle. Which, I don't know if you ever matted and framed something. It's way harder than a jigsaw puzzle. I don't even know why you would do that. Just like you have company over, just be like, oh yeah, that? Yeah, I got time. Nothing but. The reason I had to move in with Jigsaw Lady was because my place before that, we had a really bad bug problem. Like to the point where my roommates started siding with the bugs, making me the bad guy. Like we'd be hanging out in the living room, and I look over on the wall, there's a big spider on the wall. So I went to go kill it, because that's what you do with monsters. And my roommate stopped me, and he's like, oh, dude, you shouldn't kill spiders, because they eat bugs. I was like, oh, okay, that is a compelling argument. But no, I'm not gonna become roommates with a big scary bug because it eats smaller, less threatening bugs. That's stupid. That'd be like if you had a party and there was a guy in the corner just creeping everybody out. And everyone's like, hey, what the hell's up with that guy? He's scaring the shit out of everybody. And you're like, oh, I know, that dude's a total creep. And I don't even know him that well, but I gotta keep him around because he eats bugs. You don't keep things around because they eat bugs. It's not a service. Can't be entering social contracts with spiders. I also had to move because my neighborhood got too cool. I don't know if it's ever happened to you guys, but I was living in Bushwick, Brooklyn, and I knew I had to move because I saw this thing. It named my neighborhood, Bushwick, as the best neighborhood in Brooklyn for people watching. Like that's a good thing ever. Yeah, take that, Park Slope, best neighborhood to raise a family. We got the dumbest looking assholes in all of Brooklyn. That's where you want to be. Also, it sucks being in a cool neighborhood, because even if you're doing something cool, there's probably something cooler going on. Like my friends, they always try to drag me to some hole in the wall with all-day brunch. But I already know about a different hole in the wall you can put your dick into and a stranger will blow you. All-day brunch doesn't sound that cool. Now that I know about glory holes. Where are my glory hole people at? Wow, it's usually anonymous, but that's fine. Let them know who's on the other side of that wall. I've been thinking a lot about glory holes. You're gonna hear it. Man, it seems like a misnomer to me. Like when I think about a hole you put your dick into, glory isn't the first word that comes to mind. Maybe like bravery hole? Scary adventure hole? please be kind hole. I don't know. Also, just logistically, I know what you do with the hole, but then you got this wall to deal with. It just looks like the weirdest timeout ever. You don't know if you did something wrong. You know? And then, yeah, you could turn your head to the side, just looks like you're eavesdropping on your own blowjob. That's tacky. Nobody wants to do that. Also, I know the whole point is anonymity, but if someone makes me come through a hole in the wall, I'm gonna shake their hand through that hole. That's what a gentleman does. Yeah, we're in the South, y'all know.
Oh, well, I plan to do an album right in like spring of 2020. And then all this crazy stuff went down, not just everywhere, but me personally. I had to have surgery. I was in the hospital for like all summer, 2 surgeries. I was laid up for a while, just going nuts. And then everyone was going nuts because the whole thing. And I was like, well, we got to get down to Atlanta, and I'm able to do shows here and stuff, work out all the material I was going to do. It's been a lot of fun just getting up, going on the road, taking comics from here with me. I don't get to do that in New York. You kind of have to fly everywhere, so can't do as much road stuff.
Just curious, are there any football fans here? Football fans, yeah? Cool, yeah, I don't like football anymore, so sorry for the 2 people that clapped. Didn't mean to set you up. I used to like football. I had to quit watching, though, for a few reasons. One, I was an Atlanta Falcons fan. There's only so much you can take. There's only so many rise-ups you can be a part of. We're down, all right? We're down. Don't ooh and ah at me. Blame the Falcons. Also, there's the whole brain damage CTE thing, which nobody likes talking about, but I think the science is in, and using your head as a battering ram has some side effects, apparently. Also, I feel like football is just like the most American of all the sports. And I mean that in the worst way. Like just the arrogance of football. I mean, the fact that football is our nation's most popular sport, and it has the exact same name as the world's most popular sport. How the hell that happened? I don't even know how we named it football unless we just named it at kickoff. We're like, that's fucking football right there. And then the rest of the world's like, actually, there already is a football. It's the most popular sport. You play the whole game with your feet. You're like, not in my country, buddy. Nah, around here, what you're talking about is called soccer. I don't even know what soccer means, but I think they just call it soccer because they can't call it queer ball. That's what they want to call it. You can tell. Also, just like America, football just refuses to adhere to the metric system, won't do it. You're like, sorry, world, we ain't doing it. Meters? Fuck you. We're sticking with yards. How big's a yard? 3 feet. How big's a foot? About yay big. I don't know. Don't worry about the measurement. We got 2 sticks in a chain. Kind of eyeball it. Yeah, we didn't get very far with that convert to the metric system plan. I think 2-liter Coca-Cola, about as far as we got. People are like, I'll drink the metric system. All right. You keep them kilometers on the other side of the pond, Jack. So I've been trying to replace football with something, entertaining, non-contact, a little less brain damage and stuff. I think I found it, American Ninja Warrior. It's my jam. I love it. If you haven't seen the show, the contestants on American Ninja Warrior, they're like ninjas, except, they're American. And instead of ninja stuff, like, assassinating people under the cloak of darkness, they kind of just run through obstacle courses. So ninja-like, I guess. Ninja adjacent, I'll say. But the best part of the show, they do these background stories on all the contestants, and they're all sad because it's not a real sport. These are just regular-ass people that love monkey bars. Not a lot of inspiration there. My favorite story, there was this guy, he was in his 30s, and he had a corporate job, and he quit his corporate job and started working as a busboy to free up his time so he could train more. I'm sure there's some other factors there. I don't know anyone that's like, yeah, drop the suit and tie, working as a busboy, everything's going according to plan. I am an athlete. But I gotta hand it to this guy, he was amazing at monkey bars. He was a top qualifier. He got through stage 1, through stage 2, all the way to stage 3, which is we all know is Mount Midoriyama. I don't have to tell you that. And then he won. He won the whole thing. He won $1 million. And as he won, the commentator goes, well, get a load of that. It's the $1 million busboy. God damn. When do you get to be a ninja? Messed up. I actually know a guy that wanted to be an American Ninja Warrior. He was really into CrossFit. He's one of those people. And way too into it. He actually told me this. He was serious. He goes, dude, CrossFit's like my church. I go every week. It's like a spiritual experience for me. And I was like, that's so weird, because CrossFit is like church for me in the sense that I would never consider going to that. Yeah. You can flip a tire anywhere, you know. Yeah. Well, maybe not church. I don't think they like that. Yeah, I'm not big on exercise. Although, over a pandemic, I don't know why, I got a wild hair up my ass. I thought I'd try running, become a runner. And I did. I ran every day for like 2 months. And it was not easy, but I gotta say, I felt terrible. Don't do it. You can just walk. It's fine. You gotta run. Running is miserable, and misery loves company. That's why runners will say anything to get you to do their bullshit. They're the worst people. My friends that are runners, they kept telling me about this runner's high, and I just assumed they'd never done real drugs. As far as ways to get high, that sounds about like the worst. Running? I'd probably rank it right below huffing paint, maybe. At least when you're huffing paint, you know what's getting you high. It's that fucking paint. That sweet, sweet paint. But runner's high, what, you just run until you're high? That don't sound safe at all. I'll stick with the paint, thank you. It is real, though. I have experienced runner's high. I would compare it to being high on mushrooms, because for one, did a lot of puking that'll happen. Also, I was questioning everything in my life. And I was taking mushrooms, so I went out running. Yeah, really boosts that runner's high. Y'all ever try microdosing mushrooms? Yeah? I was skeptical of microdosing, but I gotta say, it's legit. You just gotta do it a lot. Back to back to back microdosing. You wanna microdose your way up to about 1/8 of an ounce. Then you can coast.
Andy has a lot of the good qualities that you want in a road dog taking a trip with you. First of all, drinks a lot of Red Bull. Some would say an unhealthy amount when you got to drive 7 hours back from Tampa, Florida. Really great thing Andy does when we do shows on the road is, because I have t-shirts that I pitch at the end of my set, I'll leave them on stage. Andy will go up to his entire 45-minute to an hour set, and then he will re-pitch the same t-shirts as if they're his t-shirts that he's just discovering for the first time, which helps the audience remember that I am still, in fact, selling stuff at the end of the show.
Are there any Gen Z here? Where my Zoomers at? Oh, I get it. It's cringe to participate. I get it. I would think everything was cringe too if I grew up inside of an iPad. I get it. I have a hard time communicating with Gen Z. Here's an example. One time I was in Brooklyn, I was standing in front of a bar, and I had a shirt on that my friend gave me. Really cool shirt. It had a big skull on it, but when you look at it close up, the skull was made up of little kittens. Pretty sweet shirt. And this Zoomer came zooming up, and just stopped dead in their tracks, just sitting there vaping, and they said to me, they go, "Yo, that shirt's lit." And I know what that means. But when it comes to Gen Z lingo, it's like Spanish for me. Like, I understand most of it, but I feel like an asshole speaking it, you know? Or pendejo, if you will. And I don't know what the proper response to "yo, that shirt's lit" is, but I'm pretty sure it's not what I said, which is "much obliged." Much obliged. I don't know why I turned into an old cattle rustler. I sure do appreciate the compliment about my t-shirt there, Zoomer. This old millennial's got me hitting the old dusty trail. Via con Dios, much obliged. I think the problem is we grew up in different worlds, you know? Like, there are 21-year-olds now that had cell phones in elementary school. That blows my mind. I'll never even know what that looks like because I'm not allowed within 400 yards of the school. I mean, it's fine. You can text the kids. They all got phones. Nothing weird, just making friends. I feel bad for the kids growing up today with the way porn is now. Talk about some unrealistic expectations. I mean, not every girl you have sex with is going to be your sister. It's just, you can only have so many siblings. You got to branch out, fuck your stepmom, something. Get out of that family tree. Sometimes when I do that joke, people act all weird as if I invented or made popular incest porn. I did not. I grew up an only child. I grew up this whole time thinking I was a weirdo. Turns out all you siblings just want to fuck each other. You guys need to look into that. It's messed up. I think we should give Gen Z a break, you know. I already feel bad enough that they're the last generation, you know. Certainly feels like the end of the alphabet. Sorry about that. The ocean's on fire, our bad. The ocean isn't on fire, it's all the plastic in the ocean. Don't worry about it. I don't know, I don't know where all this generational pride came from. I didn't even know I was a millennial until like a couple of years ago. I just heard people bitching about young people. Like, these damn millennials these days so fucking lazy. I'm like, yeah, fuck these millennials. And they're like, what year were you born? I was like, 83. Like, you're a millennial. I'm like, all right, well, lay off, man. You know? We're trying. I just assumed I was Pepsi generation, you know? Generation next. I just think that's a terrible way to group people. Just say, you're going to lump me in with every dipshit around my age? Could there be a lower common denominator? Just, like, people give astrology shit because everyone born in the same month has the same personality. That's way worse. Everyone born 82 to 91 or whatever. Like, I don't know. I've tried to be more open-minded towards... I used to think astrology was just a bunch of bullshit. But I looked into it. Turns out I am an Aries. We are prone to skepticism. So... kind of makes sense. My other gripe with astrology was like, I always thought, you know, I'm born in April, Hitler's born in April. Are you trying to say I'm anything like Hitler? Fuck that. That's a bunch of bullshit. But again, I looked into it with an open mind. I realized we are both born in April, but I am an Aries, Hitler's a Taurus. Now it kind of makes sense. And you know, not for nothing, y'all Tauruses are fucked up. You could apologize for the Holocaust. I don't know. I read somewhere recently, it was a Snapple cap. I read on a Snapple cap. Their facts, just citing my source. The Snapple cap said that the sense of smell is the sense most closely tied to memory. It said that, but every time I smell a crushed up Xanax, I can't remember shit. Thumbs up with these Snapple caps. I don't snort Xanax. I have to say that, or someone will offer after the show. I can't remember the last time I did Xanax. That's the way it goes. Smell is tricky. It'll play tricks on you. Like, I always heard that one of the signs of an oncoming stroke is smelling burnt toast, which that is weird, but if that's true, that's kind of messed up that old people are more likely to have strokes and to burn toast. It seems like God's a real prankster. I know if I smell burnt toast, I'm having a stroke, because it's either that or someone snuck in my house and bought me a toaster. Either way, pretty shitty surprise. I don't know, I think the funniest of all of God's pranks is that when you die, your bowels release. That's true. And that goes against what you think. You think bodily functions would cease, but not the bowels. You're like, yep, we got one more job to do. That is hilarious to me. Because you could take yourself seriously and try and make your last words as profound as you want. But that ain't the last sound you're gonna make. Your last words, as poetic as they may be, they're gonna be punctuated by your asshole. And your asshole's got shit to say, apparently. Yeah. It's an odd applause break. I still can't decide if that is inspiring or depressing. That no matter what you do, no matter how noble a life you lead, you're probably going to end up a dead body with shit in its pants. I guess when God closes the door, he opens a window. Or someone should open a window. It's a dead body with shit in its pants. Gross. The other night, I was looking up the life expectancy of people in the U.S. I don't know why, I guess because things are going so well. Anyone want to take a guess? Throw out a number. 85. Very optimistic over here.
76.
79 is the winner. Well, it's actually 78.6. I rounded up. You're welcome. That was surprising to me, because, people live way beyond that, but you got people like me dragging the number down a little bit. Also, SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, that's got to take it down a notch. Surely that doesn't count. That's got to be a mulligan or something. I mean, that's like stillborn. Just because it's stillborn, it shouldn't count. Or the numbers. Everyone gets uptight when I talk about statistics. I ain't gonna... SIDS is so weird. SIDS is less like a syndrome, more like a terrible thing that happened, As far as syndromes go, only infants have it, and the only symptom is dying suddenly? It sounds like it was made up by a doctor that just didn't know how to explain shit. They're like, oh my, we're sorry, the baby didn't make it. They're like, oh my God, what happened? It's like, your baby had SIDS, it's syndrome, it's infants have it, it's where they die suddenly. It's like, yeah, but how? SIDS, it's an acronym. Don't worry about it. I looked up and I don't know how they got this number, but I looked up the life expectancy of a caveman. Anyone want to take a guess? Who's knowledgeable of cavemen? 40. Oh, someone said 35. Nailed it. 35. Damn, that's crazy. I would have been dead. Can you imagine, if you're a 17-year-old caveman, you were going through puberty and a midlife crisis at the same time. And you just learned how to drive. And ain't invented the wheel yet. That's crazy. That is quite a stupid joke.
I don't know. Getting old is weird. Getting older, because I've been getting older this whole time. But you only say getting older when you're old, and I guess I'm there now. But you're only as young as you feel. I feel, and I feel old.
I don't know. I'm getting to the age now where I am old age, what they call it. I don't mind getting older. It's just very unpredictable, you know? Like, I ended up with salt and pepper hair and a ginger beard. I feel like my head's over-seasoned, you know? A lot going on. I know, I'm hitting all these benchmarks that I did not expect. Like, I realized recently that apparently I'm at the age where if you ask me if I've seen a movie and I could tell that if I say no, you're going to explain the whole movie to me, then, yeah, I've seen that movie. What was my favorite part? Probably the end of this conversation. Please don't ask me about the movie. I think this happens to everyone. Every few years, you get wrapped up in some drama that you just weren't prepared for. You play it all wrong, make a total ass yourself, and then whoops, now a few people just hate you forever. Whenever that happens to me, I can't help but think, you know, like, hey, look, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't even deserve to find out it gets much worse than that. You gonna hop off now? All right, fine. I'll let you know when we hit worst. We did, a few times. What was I talking about earlier? Oh, memory, that's right. Man, my brain is going. I think I have like early onset dementia or something. Because I am just like, I'll be halfway through a conversation and I have to be like, I'm sorry, who are you and what are we talking about? What year is it? Like this happened to me, and I don't even know what to make of it, but maybe you can relate. I was watching TV, and this movie came on that I'd never seen before. So I just started watching the movie, and about 15 minutes into this movie, E.T. showed up, like the extraterrestrial. And I was thinking, what the hell? What movie is this where E.T. has a cameo? And finally, I hit the info button. It was E.T. And then I realized, oh, I guess I've never seen E.T. I don't know what kind of memory problem that is. You can't remember what you haven't seen. But E.T., pretty good movie, I gotta say. Check it out. You haven't been to the movies since '86. By the way, it took 4.5 hours to watch E.T. with commercials. And more than a few people have been so excited to let me know it's on Netflix. Fuck you, I don't care. I wouldn't have known that I hadn't seen it, so I wouldn't have picked it. I don't know, but my friend told me that after he heard me say that joke. He goes, oh, dude, just so you know, E.T.'s on Netflix. Could you save yourself some time? I love this cocky attitude, like, don't you know that's what Netflix is for? Saving time? No. Not what we're doing. I hate what Netflix has done to us as a people, or streaming in general. It's ruined small talk, for one. Like, I was at a party recently, not trying to brag, but I was there. And at this party, this dude just cornered me, and instead of like small talk or something, he just started heavily recommending every show he's watched on Netflix. Heavy. He's like, dude, you gotta see this show. It's amazing. I watched it all in one day, 16 hours, powered right through it. Changed the way I think about TV. You gotta see this shit. So just to be polite and to get him to go away, I was like, all right, man, yeah, I'll check that out. He goes, do it, watch it, and he called me and talked to me about it, because I'd love to hear your thoughts. And it's like, how do you tell someone, you know, look, I already don't want to talk to you. And I don't see how 16 hours of homework's gonna change that. That's insane. It's not how you talk to people. That's what Netflix has done. It's made it okay to suggest I watch a whole season of television in a sitting. Like, that's the way to do it. That's bonkers. That's like if you ask me, hey, Andy, do you like lasagna? I go, yeah, I like lasagna. I had a piece the other day. You're like, oh, the piece. Okay. Nah, man, what you gotta do is, you gotta take a day, sit down, and then eat like, lasagna. And about halfway through, you can hit a wall. You can be like, this can't be good for me or anybody. But you power through that, change the way I eat. Oh, man. I don't want want to spoil it, but when you sit down and eat a whole lasagna in one sitting, please call me, talk to me about it. I have no friends. I went out drinking the other night, and when I met up with my friends to go drinking, they were all hanging out with this one dude that I had never met, Dale, which, red flag, right there. Don't hang out with Dales. I've only met this one, but he's ruined it for the rest of them. Just obnoxious nightmare of a person. Could not stand him. To the point where I had to pull my friend aside. I was like, hey man, why are we hanging out with this Dale asshole? And my friend goes, oh yeah, he seems like an asshole, but that's just Dale. I was like, man, you just said what I said to you back to me. But like it was cool? He's like, oh no, Dale's just that guy. Everybody hates him when they first meet him. You just gotta get to know him. That's what everyone says about their friend that sucks. If your buddy has a disclaimer, buckle up. They suck. That's the thing, I don't gotta get to know Dale. There is no payoff to knowing Dale. Dale's not season 2 of The Wire. There's no reason to invest my time in Dale. Dale is my friend's friend. I just met him, so I'm in that stage where I think he's an asshole. You know what? I think I'm good. You know? I've never met an asshole and thought, man, this guy sucks. I gotta know what makes him tick. It's never happened. That's why we have friends of friends. If they were cool, they'd be your friend, you know? I love seeing people's faces just like, fuck, am I a friend of a friend? We all are to somebody. By the way, all my friends are Dales, I should mention. They're just not named that, but all my friends are obnoxious because they're all comedians, because I've been doing this too long. And comedians, if you haven't noticed, a lot of loud alcoholics, a lot of people on the spectrum, a lot of people don't mind yelling some wild shit in public. You're with them, just gotta deal with it. Prime example, I was having coffee with a friend, and at some point, I turned to my friend, I was like, hey, sorry man, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, I'm kind of a basket case today. And then my friend, in a crowded coffee shop, goes, oh, dude, you know that term basket case comes from World War I? It was used to describe quadruple amputees that had to be carried around in a basket? I did not know that. Clearly, I had set a lower bar for basket case. A little tired, but thank you for that fun fact. Hell, it was going to be 10 a.m. I almost forgot about the horrors of war. Wonderful conversation. But now I know there's this horrific backstory to what I thought was a pretty innocent saying. I can't call myself a basket case again, unless I want to feel like the most dramatic person ever. It's like, oh, hey, Andy, how you doing? Not good. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, and it's as if all of my limbs were blown off in trench warfare. Oh, if I don't get my 8 hours, just chop off my arms, legs, carry me around in a basket. Your boy is a mess. That's sad that happened so much. In World War I, they had to come up with like a fun term for it. Who's the dickhead that came up with that? It's like, oh, look, boys, got a basket case rolling through. It's like, damn, dude, he's got ears. It's messed up. That joke goes to prove not all facts are fun. Most aren't. I saw a terrifying fact recently. There was a study, and it found that 15% of men in their 70s suffer from erectile dysfunction. That is a terrifying statistic that I think we're looking at backwards. I think it's way more concerning that 85% of men in their 70s are easily getting rock hard boners. And doing God knows what with it. Yikes. Also, I think it's important to note that if you were in your 70s and your dick goes limp, that is not a dysfunctioning penis. That penis is functioning as a martyr for the rest of your body. If that thing gets up and running, you're looking at cheddar pelvis, minimum. Pump the brakes, Gramps. I think it's kind of weird that no one gets diagnosed with erectile dysfunction. Like, a doctor doesn't diagnose you with that. You tell your doctor you have it, and they take your word for it, I guess? That's a weird system. Like, no one has sat down and given the news they have ED. Like, a doctor, like, all right, sir, why don't you go ahead and take a seat? I know your dick's done standing. Well, let's see here. Your test results are in. I did everything I could do. I tickled your balls, licked your nipples, blew on them, kissed your neck, choked you, let you choke me, called you a whore, spit in your mouth, finger in your butt. Look, sir, either you have erectile dysfunction or I've lost my touch. It normally gets a standing ovation, but you can hide your boners, it's fine. Little dick-loving town, Atlanta. I was watching cable the other night. I was in a hotel. I don't have cable. I'm not 100. But I don't know if y'all remember this. Cable late at night used to be all ED commercials, like all night, and now they're all gone. They've been replaced with PD commercials, which is Peyronie's disease, aka curved boner syndrome. It's real. Dicks are out here getting bent. I had no idea. It was a very upsetting commercial. There's just like misshapen vegetables. They're like, is your dick like this carrot? You might want to check us out. That is so creepy to me that Big Pharma is like, hey guys, now that we're all hard, are some of you too hard? Did your dick get torqued? It's fine. We got a pill for that. You chase it with the boner pill. NBD. Can we keep the dick problems off TV? Like, if you wake up with a bent dick, you're probably gonna look into your options. You don't need a commercial to tell you. Like, I don't know anyone that's like, yeah, I'm at a 90-degree angle, but I'm gonna let it ride. Probably gonna work itself out. Nah, man, you gotta get that checked. You know, we're the only country that does that advertises prescription medication on television to just whoever's watching. It's kind of nuts. And then they have the balls to be like, hey, ask your doctor about this shit we just told you about. No. I can't imagine, that's insane. I can't imagine having the audacity to be like, yeah, listen, doc, I know you went to med school and all that, but I was watching TV the other day. Commercial came on, real handsome old guy flying a kite. Look, bottom line, I'm pretty sure Humira's my jam. They said I should run it by you? No doctors would be like, is it right for you? It's perfect. Can't believe I didn't think of that. Oh. Good thing you watch a lot of TV, bro. Can't go to a doctor that says, bro. I don't know, that stuff worries me because I found this out a while ago. This is true. Apparently, one of the possible side effects to the medication I'm currently taking is gambling addiction. I don't know what the odds are on that happening, but I'll take my chances. Daddy needs new pills.
I was 12 years old. It was in a hotel in Florida, and he said, I do one impression, and he turned around and he put his hand through his open zipper, and he goes, John Hancock. And I thought that was the most brilliant thing I had ever seen. And today I realized that it is the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. Crohn's disease is, it's annoying because it has disease in the title, so when you tell people, they're like, oh my God, I'm sorry. So it's like, well, no, I don't have cancer or anything. But yeah, it does mess with you a good bit. It messed with me. I lost about 65 pounds, and took a while, but I did gain it back. they were amazed. They said, the doctor said, and I quote, "I've never seen someone gain so much weight with a colostomy bag." So I have that title. I was just housing Philly cheesesteaks. This was the first time I could eat a full meal in like 2 years. So yeah, I'm glad to be on the other side of that.
I mean, I don't want to stand up here and name drop or anything, but I happen to have Crohn's disease. Yeah, you probably heard of it. Pretty big deal. If you don't know, Crohn's is an autoimmune disorder, which, yes, means I cannot be killed by cars. However, there is a downside. The downside is sometimes I have an overactive immunity. It sees food as like a foreign invader, attacks my own intestines. Hurts a lot. Honestly, it hurts more knowing it's like an inside job. Way to go, immunity. You fucking moron. It's very stress related. It's basically my body turning stress into pain, which, if you can believe it, is quite stressful, actually. And doctors always say the same shit. It's very annoying. They always go, "Look, bottom line, man, you gotta stop stressing yourself out." Cool, thank you for that prognosis. I hadn't even considered it was my fault. So, I try not to stress about that. There is one upside to Crohn's, other than the car thing. And that is, I can eat all the yogurt I want. Yeah, you can too, you just don't have to think of it like that. But I do love yogurt. I would say Greek yogurt's probably my favorite ethnicity of yogurt. Love it. Recently I was eating Greek yogurt in front of my friend who saw me eating Greek yogurt and then said to me, "Oh, dude, do you know about Greek yogurt?" I was like, "Okay, I assume you're about to ruin Greek yogurt for me." He's like, "Oh, no, it's not a real thing. The yogurt companies just made it up to seem more exotic." And I don't know if that's true or what you get out of being a yogurt buzzkill. But really, is there anything more Greek than a myth? Really? Y'all are so learned. I don't know. Those are like the only jokes I directly involving me having Crohn's. I've had jokes that I mentioned having Crohn's in, and then people will go, "Aw," and they don't even know what it is. But just so you know, awe is the anti-laugh. It's if there's an opposite to humor, it is sympathy. If you see me joking about something fucked up, it's because I've made it funny. That's the whole point. You're kind of ruining it. Also, it's very annoying. For some reason, I didn't want to be like the Crohn's comedian, which that's a very young comedian worry. It's like, oh, I hope I'm not famous in the wrong way. No, you're a comedian. No one gives a shit what you do. But yeah, for some reason, when it comes to Crohn's, people just, whatever little bit they think they know, it's like the most insulting thing. And it's so hard for me not to be like, what the fuck? Like, for instance, I'll mention to someone that I had Crohn's, they go, "Oh yeah, that's like the shit your pants thing, right? You like shit your pants all the time?" I'm like, "No, who told you this? I shit my pants less than anyone I know." Yeah, that's why it's a disease, because like, yeah, we just shit our pants and we're just tired of it. Decided to make a foundation and everything. But it does affect my life, I guess, especially over 2020. You may not be able to relate to this, but my 2020 was a little rough. I don't think anyone else had a bad year that year, but I did. And it's not because I got COVID. I did not get COVID. I had the worst Crohn's flare-up I ever had. And it just so happened that I started having just the amount of pain where it's like, okay, I need to go to the ER. That was the day that we're like, yeah, everyone stay inside, and the hospitals are totally dangerous. So, and I was like, oh shit, I guess I'll just wait this out. And so I did. I just sat around until I was like 2 weeks, where I was like, well, someone's got to get me to the hospital because I'm going one way or the other. So I ended up having 2 surgeries. And in the middle of that, 3 months with a colostomy bag, which, if you're unfamiliar with the old ostomy bag, let me just tell you, if you are in the market for a humbling experience, may I recommend a bag of your own shit. attached to your body. Quite humbling. It was a fucking nightmare. It really was. And I had surgery when I was like 18, and apparently, they didn't tell me this till after I woke up. They were like, there was like a 30% chance you're gonna end up with a colostomy bag for the rest of your life. I was like, oh, cool, I'm glad you just go ahead and went under the knife anyway. But so that's always my worry. I was like, oh shit, if I have another surgery, I'm gonna end up with a bag of my own shit all the time. I'm a very messy person. I don't think that would work. And so I knew I was gonna have surgery this time because it just hurt in a weird way. And they were like, I walked in there, they took my blood pressure, and they're like, why are you conscious? You're not supposed to be conscious. And I was like, yeah, that's right, motherfucker. I don't know why. I'm like, I'm pretty tough. I can stay conscious. And so he's like, I was like, so I was really scared. I was like, so am I going to end up with a colostomy bag? And the doctor's just like, oh, yeah, for sure. And I'm just like, devastated. I was like, oh, my God, who's going to love me? And I'm busy thinking how is my life gonna work? And then he notices, he's like, God damn man, you can do it. It's just 3 months. And I was like, you motherfucker. You gotta put that out front. Can't just all nonchalant oh yeah, you're gonna have a bag. Yeah, no big deal. So I was looking for motivation to make it through having a colostomy bag. And so I looked up famous people with ostomy bags. Not a lot of them. Not a lot. Pretty slim pickings. Mostly B actors and stuff. But there were two that were pretty impressive. One was an NFL player. He played for 3 years, then he had this IBS surgery, ended up with a colostomy bag, hid it from everyone, and played as a lineman in the NFL. With the end of his intestines outside of his body. Wow. I sneezed and I was like, oh my God, am I about to lose my bowels? This dude was just lining up and smashing into dudes. Amazing. But what's even more impressive than that was, and you're not gonna believe this, fucking Napoleon. Bonaparte. 1801, he had a colostomy bag. That just blows my mind. Because I was just stuck in my room. It was pandemic. All I had to do was go to the bathroom, and I was like, this is a living nightmare. And Napoleon is fucking conquering the world, riding a horse around, getting banished to an island, escaping, amassing an army. And I was like, oh man, I hope I don't have to get up and walk 20 feet. That just blew my mind. And then I started thinking about it. I also found out that Napoleon apparently was average height for his time. So that kind of throws a wrench in that whole Napoleon complex thing. So I was thinking, if it's not that he's short, what's he got a chip on his shoulder about? It turned out he didn't have a chip on his shoulder. He had a bag of his own shit attached to his side. It's gonna make someone a little cranky. Trust me. A little insecure. Plus, he had to wear white all the time. Damn. I really don't know how he did it. Props to Napoleon. Big ups, my man Napoleon. One thing that's annoying about Crohn's and being a comedian, it's I'm on the road all the time, and I don't know if you guys have ever traveled, but you'll notice if you're in town somewhere for a day, the food that is recommended to you is designed to kill you. People are like, oh dude, you're in town for a day? You gotta get a fucking butter pig, dude. With bacon, yes. It's no, I think I'll pass. I love food too. That's what's annoying. It's I was in El Paso a while back. I'd never been to El Paso, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna see the town. I want to check out El Paso. And then I ate breakfast, and I was like, well, you know what? I'll just see whatever town I could see from the toilet, I guess. It's cool. I had a breakfast burrito at 8 a.m. That is way too early to just blow out your butthole for the rest of the day. Way too early. And don't get it twisted. It was delicious. It tasted good coming out, to be honest. Sorry. It was that good, but I knew I was in trouble. I should have known because the salsa that came with the burrito, while delicious, it was packaged in a Ziploc bag, twisted off and tied. You know they're not fucking around when they package the salsa like cocaine. I just had an 8-ball of Roja. Just blew me out. Real quick, guys, I can hear my mother laughing. Give it up for my mom, Marcy Sandford. She's right over there somewhere. She's put up with a lot, trust me. She deserves it. Most of my friends in comedy, all their parents don't understand what they do at all. And I'm pretty lucky because as I say, I have 2 moms because I grew up with my mom and my mom's best friend. After my dad died, my mom's best friend moved in, and she is a comedian, Karen Mills. She's also here. Give it up for Karen Mills. And so I was pretty lucky to have like a real comedian in the house, and then my mom who helped her write stuff. And my mom will just drop crazy bombs and be like, "Yeah, I got heckled once," and I was like, "What the fuck? You did comedy?" She's like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Okay, thanks for keeping that a secret." But anyway, my mom has good taste in comedy. We agree on most things. And that's good, because we could talk about jokes. But it's also a bummer, because her favorite joke of mine is from 12 years ago. So, according to my mom, I peaked in 2010. And I'm not saying she's wrong. But anyway, her favorite joke of mine, I realized I've never put it on an album or anything, because it's kind of a non sequitur, pretty silly. So I just thought, what a better way to close this shit out than with my mom's favorite joke. Yeah. So just keep in mind, if you don't laugh at this, you're a heartless son of a bitch. This was forever ago. A while back, I did this corporate gig, and they wanted me to wear a suit for the show, and I did not have a suit, and I didn't have any money either. So naturally, I mugged a guy and took his suit. And it was not easy. That dude put up a hell of a fight. And you know, that is the problem with beating up a guy and taking his suit. You really have to fight someone your own size. And listen, my size is a 44 regular. If that guy's in shape, I'm screwed. I tell you, if I was smart, I would have just mugged a much smaller, weaker person who had enough cash on her to buy a suit. Guys, thanks so much for coming out.
Thank you. That was sweet of you guys. It is nice that you guys made it out tonight. I almost didn't make it out. I have 3 avocados at home that are about to expire, so they don't even know I'm out right now. It's crazy. I bought 5 on sale, so it's been really stressful this last week. They're like never ripe when you buy them, and then you only have a 3-hour window to do something with them. I never know when that's happening. I'll just call into work where I'm like, I don't know if I can make it into work today. I think my avocados might be hatching any second. And I'd really like to be there for them. Or then you're just running home to scarf 3 in a row over your sink. Like, I'm not gonna throw out avocados, right? It's a lot of money. It's $10. That's, in this economy, that's a lot. That's a Chipotle meal. I have debt. Do you guys have debt? That's my demographic. I knew it. I could tell that you guys had debt. You look amazing. I don't have a lot of debt. It's just like enough where I think about it all day long. Do you guys have that debt? No. One time I did get out of debt, and then I was like, now what? No. Like, I didn't feel anything, and then I got sad because I had nothing to live for anymore. So I just put myself back into debt again. Feels good to have goals, you know? Like, if you pay your debt off, that's great, but if you don't and then die, like, that's pretty great too. That's the plan I'm on right now. It's called the fuck it plan. It's where you just buy whatever you want and then you just die. Make sure you die, though. That is the most important part of this plan. Like, don't live long. Just turn and burn. my motto. I don't know. I have medical debt. That's how I got in. No, I got colitis a few years ago. Not to brag or anything, it's one of the more expensive diarrheas. It was some really good shit, and it was good. I had to go to the hospital, and I don't have insurance, so that's one way to get into debt. Like, a lot of people just go to college for debt, but I just get diarrhea for a weekend. I'm like, I don't have time to do 4 years of school. So I chose the diarrhea, start on those payment plans right away. So I'm trying to save money, though. Like, I used to bring my lunch to work a lot lately. I brought a can of chili to work once. Isn't that depressing? What's even sadder is when I took it out of the bag, I realized it was a can of refried beans. I was a girl at work that just ate a whole can of refried beans as our lunch. Like, people were like, what is that? It's like, oh, just some dried up dog shit that I added water to it. I couldn't even finish it. It was so much bean. I was sweating. It was like the hardest I'd worked all night. I was like, this should be a challenge on a TV show. This is so intense right now. Have you ever had refried beans? It's like eating mud with bacon in it. I had no water. Ugh, it's the worst. But it is hard, though. Like, everything in New York's expensive, right? If you were in another city, you'd be killing it. But because we live here, it feels like we're camping all the time. That's true. Like, I live in a studio apartment that's like half the size of this stage. It's about $10,000 a month. It's a pretty good deal. I have a smoke detector in there where I'm just kind of like, why? Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the point of having a smoke detector in a studio apartment? By the time it goes off, I'm just like, yeah, I know. I'm also in the room as well, like I can see it. Just stayed to make sure you were safe. No, but it is like camping. I don't know. I hate landlords in New York. Aren't they the worst? I don't think I've ever met one that I'm like, you're a really great person. Like, I had a broken window in my apartment, and I emailed my landlord to come fix it, and then he emailed me back. He was like, I'll be on that ASAP. And it's been 2 months since he's fixed it. So I think he thinks ASAP means, actually, sorry, it's too much. I can't get on that. It's a lot of work. He also did this other thing. If he did come and fix it, he would never be like, oh, that's so horrible. That's so bad that you're going through that. Like, instead, he would just accuse me of doing things that I wasn't doing. That's why the product broke. Like, I had a shower head fall out, and instead of fixing it, he was like, Seta, you cannot be hanging on your shower head like that, okay? It just is not made for a grown woman to be swinging on a shower head, okay? No, I'll try to get on it, but there's nothing I can do, You'd be like, you gotta stop roundhouse kicking your doorknobs, They can't take that brute force. You just close it gently like this. I'm like, all right, thank you. I'm such a monster. Ugh, I don't know. But yeah, it's rough. I don't know. You guys are from New York, right? A lot of you? All right, cool. So you've seen people cry outside a lot, right? It's getting really nice, so people are going to start doing it a lot more. It's because we don't have cars to cry in, so we just do it in the park or on the train in front of other people. I saw a woman walking and crying the other day, and I was like, that's so New York. Just to be like, I don't have time to sit down and cry. My avocados are about to expire. I don't know. I've only seen women cry though. Outside that I've never seen a guy cry outside, but I have seen a guy masturbate outside before, which I think is y'all's crying. Right? It's the same outcome. It feels good and then you're tired afterwards. You're like, oh, that's all I needed to do. No, get it out. It's great though. But yeah, like I was eating at this restaurant in my neighborhood and I didn't finish my meal, so I asked the waitress to box my food up for me. And then she replied with, "When did you decide to give up?" Anyway, it took me a long time to figure out that she was talking about my food. That I just replied with 8 years ago. I just wanted this in a box, like, to know we're gonna get so personal here. But I'm trying to self-improve. Like, I got that book, Lean In. Do you guys know about that book? It's supposed to be like self-empowering for women in the workplace. So just been doing a lot of that at work, just kind of like leaning in and then smushing my tits in together like this. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot my reports. I think that's what the book's about. I haven't read it yet, but just crushing it in the corporate world. Yeah. But you do what you can. I try to work hard. Like I walked 20,000 steps the other day. I don't have a Fitbit. I just count out loud when I walk. I'm addicted to my phone. Anybody else addicted? Yeah, just a few. Just a few. Thanks for coming out and bringing your phones. No. Like I took time off from my phone last Sunday, and then I had all this time that I started making my own butter and just farming. So it was pretty good. But I like technology. I like how it's made everything so accessible. Like, this is my favorite thing. I like how when you want to buy a song and you don't know the name of it, you can just put a few keywords into a search engine and you can find it that way, or you can just Shazam it. Because I remember when I was in high school, if I wanted to buy a song and I didn't know the name of it, this was like 20 years ago, I would have to drive 15 minutes out of my way and then just sing it awkwardly for the Best Buy guy. So mortifying. Did a little talent show for him every week. I don't have a great voice. It got weird sometimes. Because one time back then I was into this band, like a lot of new age stuff. So it'd be like Enigma. Do you guys remember them? They're not even a band. It's just Buddhist monks chanting with sexual noises in the background. Do you know how hard that is to explain to the Best Buy guy? It's like, no, I don't. Do you know how it goes? And I'm like, yeah. Do you guys have that song that's like, do you guys have that song? Like, he's like, ma'am, I think you need to leave. He's like, did you just come? I'm like, yeah, I did. But I also want to know the name of that song, so. That's a good song to karaoke to at your office party. If you want to spice it up or get fired. It's always good. This is going great, guys. I'm really happy with this. That's how you know a professional is when they call out what they're doing the whole time. Oh, wow, I'm great. Yeah. It's hard to do shows. Like, one time I did this show, and this guy came up to me afterwards, and he was like, can I be brutally honest with you? And I was like, no, thank you. I was like, that was close. Almost got my feelings hurt. Like, say it behind my back like an adult, you know? I hate brutally honest people. Speaking of brutally honest, I am married. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It was hard. Barely. Right under 40. It was really scary there for a second. I was so nervous. For a moment, I thought I was gonna have to be one of those women that didn't believe in marriage, so I was like, now I do, so that feels good. I got married when I was 39, which I feel like is a little late to be getting married for the first time, so I've just been telling people this is my second marriage. First one died, it was so sad. You guys got sad for my fake first one. You're like, oh, what did he die of? I'm like, I don't know, he got murdered, I don't care. I just scared that I'm married again. I don't know. But I've been married for about 2 years now, and I feel like this is what I discovered about marriage. I feel like marriage is basically two people maneuvering around each other's mental illness. Right? Like, you just have to find somebody that has the right mental illness for your mental illness. Like, I have depression, clearly, and my husband has OCD, so it works out perfectly. Because he cares about a lot of stuff, and then I care about nothing. So it's just a balance, and you find it. I got lucky. My husband is a squirter. So, so rare to find a guy that does that. Anybody squirters in here? I hope all of you, because that's the joke. If not, check your prostate. I like how guys coined that term, like they thought certain women ejaculated, and then all these articles came out saying that it's just pee. Isn't that hilarious? That guys thought they were doing something amazing to us, but they were just making us pee. I hope I ruined one guy's night tonight. That's why I got into this. But he's good, though. I was with him last night, and he wanted sex, but I didn't feel like it. So I just told him I was on my period. And then he was like, oh, cool, blowjobs. You know, I'm like, actually, it's really bad right now. I'm bleeding out my mouth. It's like, it hurts so bad. And he was like, I don't care. Like, fuck. It's not that I don't want to have sex with him. I just don't want to have sex with him 24/7, you know. Like, I quit my day job a few months ago, and I feel like I get sexually harassed more at home than I did at work. But I think I might go back to work again so I can get paid for the sexual harassment. I need that money. No. But we've been together for a long time, and I don't know. I feel like he gets annoyed because I repeat stories all the time. But that's like, oh, because I have nothing more interesting to share with you. So now these are the stories I share with him. This was one I told him the other day. It was called What I'm Going to Do with Our Linen Closet. And it was about how I was going to get several baskets because I want to separate our toiletries right now. It's just bothering me. And so I might go to the Container Store to see if they have those baskets. But if they don't, then probably the dollar store. That's something I thought he needed to hear out loud. No plot point, no character development. Just 10 minutes of a Dear Diary entry. I'm working on another story right now. It's called I Was Gonna Get These Loafers, but decided not to. That one's not done yet, but I'll probably just drop that on him when he's busy or something. I thought I wanted a baby, though, recently, but then I had to carry around an umbrella all day while it wasn't raining. No way. That was so much responsibility. I left it everywhere. I ended up leaving it on the church steps. I was like, here, you take it. I can't handle this anymore. It's so much work. Can't do it. But I want a dog right now, except my husband, he doesn't want to have a dog. I wish there was a way to trick my husband into having a dog like you can with a baby. It's so much easier, you know? Like, I can't just get my husband drunk and then wake up with a dog the next day. I'm like, oh my God, we have to keep it. It's for religious reasons. I love dogs, though. I like animals in general. I think they're great. My favorite animal right now is the peacock. I like that one. You know what I love about it? It's got like these beautiful feathers up in front, and then when you go around the back, it's just a gaping asshole back there. Didn't bother doing anything to the back. You're like, oh, you didn't think people are gonna go back behind there? Like, that's nothing. It's horrible. Doesn't that just sound like a saying that a Southern mom would say? Like, just remember, behind every peacock's feather is a gaping asshole. But no, I love animals, though. You know what I love about them is that they don't have any opinions. Isn't that great? Like, you're never gonna see them on social media spewing shit that makes you upset. Like, wouldn't you be annoyed if you found out your dog was a flat earther? Oh my God. And then you're like, I have to feed you. Oh, it's hard though. That's how I rationalize eating meat. I just pretend whatever I'm eating has a dumb opinion. I'm like, oh no, it's fine. This cow was in the Westboro Baptist Church, so it's a piece of shit, but so yummy, so good. No, but I did just get my cable and my IUD installed. It was a bundle package, so I know my cable company is doing amazing things right now, so I have like 100 channels and 0 babies. Like, it's a pretty good deal. I did get an IUD for real, though, and I did no research getting it. Like, I just walked into Planned Parenthood and I was like, what are all the girls getting? I was like, that sounds great. Let's put that on my pussy for 7 years. I don't even know what it looks like. It could be a Lego piece in there for all I know. Just like a little Lego man floating around. That's like, no. Everybody's happy. I don't even know if that's the song. I don't know. I was thinking about this the other day. Isn't it weird that we used to have milkmen? Have you ever thought about that? Like, there was a time period where these guys would come to your house and deliver milk, and then you would have sex with them. It's so weird that we did that. I guess they just died of venereal diseases. That's why we don't have them anymore. I was like, where's that movie? The Milkmen. I'd watch that. Don't you picture Kevin Costner in it? He'd be so good in it. Something you'd see on Netflix. I don't know. I was watching Netflix earlier. Do you guys ever just watch Netflix and you're like, do I like this or am I just poor? You're like, what is this? Some of that programming, they're like, this is a really great show to do your taxes to. That's how I picture they pitched that show. But I watched that show, Tidying Up. Have you guys seen that? Yeah, just a few. Marie Kondo, do you guys? Yeah. She's that Japanese lady that goes to American households and then makes them throw away stuff they worked really hard for. Not a great person. She's the enemy. I wish they did that show in Japan, though, where it's just an American lady that goes to Japanese households and then makes them buy shit they don't need. You're like, these are commemorative plates. They bring no joy. But, you know, fuck it, get it. Who cares? That's the name of the show. It's just called Fuck It, Get It. I'd watch that one. It's great. But I love TV. I love Game of Thrones. That was my favorite show to watch. I just had everything that I liked in a show. Incest and then dragons. When did those two come together? But they made it, and it was a perfect marriage. I always wanted to talk about that show with my husband, but he hates that kind of TV show. And so this is what I did when I wanted to talk about it. I would just pretend the characters are people that I work with. No idea. I'd be like, oh my God, work was so weird today. Like, you know that girl Khaleesi I was telling you about? Well, she started hooking up with the guy Jon Snow down the hall, but then like Sam from HR says they're related. So crazy. They're like, I think she's his aunt or something. It's so weird at the office, but I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm impressed that you guys did come out. I think coming out for anything. Like, I was really hoping that coronavirus would hit today. Because I just want to be quarantined at all times. I don't want to leave. It's hard. Like, I have items on my to-do list that I haven't even completed from 3 years ago that I've decided to merge it with my bucket list. I've always wanted to go skydiving and get my license renewed before I die. It's so much work. Like, I started doing my taxes, and I feel like the hardest part about doing your taxes is getting everything together and then, like, organizing it so you can just put it in an envelope and mail it to your dad so he can do it for you. It's like, who has the time for that? I think I might just go to H&R Block and then see if they'll mail it to my dad for me. Like, that's what you guys do here, right? Just mail shit to dads. Difficult. I started a pile of clothes in my apartment to give to Goodwill, and it's been there for a year now that I've started shopping through it. It's great. It's like thrift store shopping, but free. We're like, oh my God, how convenient. They have all my sizes. That's amazing. I don't know. I don't have the energy to go to Goodwill, and it's only like 6 blocks away, and I'm like, ugh, that's so much work. Like, you guys get it. You've never missed a package from your postman before, and he's like, oh, you have to pick it up at the post office. And then you're just like, well, looks like I'm never going to get that package. I'm just going to reorder that again and just hope for the best. So difficult. But I am going to therapy for it, also for other stuff too. That'll be my next album. No, but really, what I really need is more like a dominatrix instead of a therapist. Not to make me do sex stuff. I just need a lady to step on my back and make me do my errands that I've been putting off. I just need a lady to be like, you need to donate those clothes. I'm like, yes, ma'am. I don't know. I used to not be able to afford therapy. I still can't. I just got a credit card and I move things around. It's called making it work. But this is what I did when I couldn't afford therapy. You guys can do this. It's really easy. I would just tell my deepest, darkest secrets to do not reply emails. It's a free service, guys. You should really be taking advantage of that. I'm sure someone at Amazon Shipping Center is like, oh my God, I think this lady needs help. They're just like, oh no, she's fine, just send her knives. And then Amazon's like, you might also like rope. Amazon. That's hilarious. I love it. So good, though. Somebody just told me that therapists have the highest suicide rate for profession. Isn't that crazy? You have to feel a little weird when your therapist commits suicide, right? We're like, oh, I feel like such a dick. I've been just talking about myself this whole time. Guy clearly needed my help, so I don't even ask him questions about himself. I'm just like, tell him about my day. I'm like, this is great. I'll see you next week. It's great though. But I've been doing that bit a little while now, and I always have somebody come to me after a show to tell me that actually it's veterinarians that have the highest suicide rate. And then somebody else told me it's dentists. And then I had another lady tell me that actually it's toll booth operators. So now I'm like, oh, I think no one wants to work. I think that's what's happening. And I get that feeling. I get that. I don't know if you guys can tell by my accent, but I am a white lady. It's so thick right now. I know. People hate us. I get it. We hate ourselves, so if that makes you feel better. I'm trying not to be offensive, which is hard because that's kind of our brand. Like over the holidays, I was at a bowling alley, and there was this fat kid that lost his shoes. And the manager was like, do you know which kid it was? And I didn't want to say the fat one, right? Because it's just mean. So I was just like, oh, I think it was that voluptuous boy over there. The one with the tits. So I think I did it. It was so close. But I love saying that word narrative. I like throwing that into a conversation. Or gaslighting. Oh my God, ladies, how fun is it to use gaslighting? I do it wherever. They're like, Sarah, you're late. I'm like, stop gaslighting me. But I like narrative, like, it's an old word, but people use it a lot these days where they're like, that's not my narrative, that's your narrative. Or that's a false narrative. Like I was at Starbucks and they were like, ma'am, your latte's $5.19. I was like, that's not my narrative. I think that's your narrative. I do like how when you go into a Starbucks, everybody's working on their dreams, but when you walk into a Dunkin' Donuts, no one's doing anything in there. Have you seen anybody work on anything in a Dunkin' Donuts before? No. They're all sleeping. Like, is this a heroin den? What is this? I was like, you guys should become a bus station. This is a shithole in here. So depressing. I saw a guy walk into a job interview with a Frappuccino once. I'm like, good luck, buddy. What a great way to tell your employer that you're responsible, like starting your day off with a milkshake. Like, okay. It had extra drizzle on it. Just to like hit it home. I was like, that's not the appropriate beverage to bring into a job interview. I feel like you should come in with a mug with coffee in it. Like, what a great way to project that you work there already. Like, oh, did you guys call? It has CEO on the mug. They're like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? You're like, it says it on the mug. You just have to project. But I'm turning 42 soon. I'm bummed about that. It's great. I'm glad you guys didn't clap. A lot of people do. It's weird. People sometimes clap when you tell them that you're in your 40s, like you've been serving your country. You're like, okay, yeah, I'll take it. That sounds great. But I've been trying to stay younger, so I've just been overdrafting my bank account a whole bunch. God, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, you know? It's so good. But now I'm at that age, though, where I have finally have accepted my body. And then my body's like, I think we're going to go in another direction. I'm like, oh, can we talk about this? I only now just got used to the pooch. And it's like, yeah, but now we're going to add hair to places. So I can't wait to get used to that. I think if I just let myself go, I could just naturally turn into a man. Which I'm fine with, because I kind of need the money right now. I'm like, yes, I need a raise. No, but I have hair on my chin. I like it. I feel like it makes me look wise when I play with it. I'm just like, yes, definitely. I would definitely Brexit. I don't even know what that means. I just say it to sound smart. I don't know. Do you guys Brexit? Oh, no. Oh, there it goes. We spill drinks. That's fine. No, don't worry. It's all right. We'll just dub this. It's a happy accident, right? like Bob Ross. Wasn't he great? I wish he was here right now. It would be weird if he was, because he's dead. But that would be a great ghost. Where was I? Oh, I was killing it. That's where I was. That's what I was doing. I was trying to look good for you guys earlier. Like I was trying to pluck one of my chin hairs out. And I like how when I try to tweeze one of my chin hairs and it doesn't come out, and then I just end up curling it like a ribbon. I'm like, oh, how pretty. Now I'm gonna have to do the rest like this. Not a look I was going for, but yeah, sure, I'll take a full bush on my chin. Always wanted to match my crotch, so that's good. I don't know. I do have a full bush. I like to disclose that to you guys. Don't worry, it's taped down, so I feel like you guys are looking at my crotch right now. I don't know. Did you guys hear that it's making a comeback? Did you guys know that? Yeah, because I'm starting that rumor. Like I do it wherever I can. Like I'll just go to cocktail parties and I'm like, oh my God, did you guys read that article about the full bush making a comeback? And then I'll just leave. They're like, who was that lady? I'm like, why wasn't she wearing pants? That was so crazy. But I do think it's hard to be a lady, right, ladies? Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it's hard to be a guy. I don't know. It is hard? Yeah, it is. I don't know. I know for me, I'm always worried about getting murdered. Do you worry about that? Yeah. I don't know. Guys, do you worry about murdering people? Like, that's pretty hard, too. That's so much work. I don't have the work ethic for a serial killer, so I'm very impressed. But because I think we watch a lot of true crimes, that's one reason why I feel like we always worry about getting murdered, and also because you guys murder us. And like, I remember in my 20s, I would be like, oh my God, I think that guy wants to fuck me. But now in my 40s, I'm like, oh my God, I think that guy wants to murder me. Doesn't that feel just as self-centered? My friends are like, Sarah, he does not want to murder you. I'm like, I don't know. I'm giving off that vibe. I like how when you first date a guy, he's like, hey, text me when you get home so I know that you made it safely. Where I'm like, oh, that's not gonna do anything. You know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm in the trunk of a car. Try to find me. They never came looking for me, so that's how you know they're not the one. Just a tip I'm trying to write into Cosmo with right now. But yeah, it is hard. I don't know. We're always dieting. I think that sucks. Like, I'm doing that keto diet right now. Do you guys know about that diet? Yeah, it's like the new eating disorder. Right? It's where you don't eat any sugar or carbs. You just eat meat and then drink heavy cream all the time. So I'll probably be dead in a few weeks. But I'm going to look so good. I just read somewhere, though, that one of the side effects from that diet is that it can make your vagina smell. I know. Can you smell it right now? Is it bad? I thought so. I thought I had a handle on it. That's why every now and then I just eat a pizza just to keep it fresh down there. I'm like, oh, this is for my pussy. So. Doctor says I have to. It's really important. I don't know. But I do worry about my looks. I guess I'm vain. I got a haircut. I got bangs because I can't afford Botox. So I just look like a tired baby. I like getting my haircut. This is my favorite thing to do when I get a haircut. I try to find the nastiest photo I can find in porn and act completely oblivious that there's a horrible blowjob scene going on. And then I just take it to my hairdresser. And I'm like, I really like her haircut in this. Do you think you guys can make me look like her? Minus the dick in her mouth, but I like her hair. She looks great. So fun. That's a good one. No, it's hard though. That one was dirty. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Sometimes God just speaks through me and he just gives me these jokes. I'm like, all right. Sounds great. This one's dirty. He helped with this one as well. He's going through a weird phase right now. It's crazy. Like, I have a friend that just told me he's trying to quit eating ass. I know. Isn't that? I'm like, that's what we're doing. I'm like, but also at the same time, I'm like, is it really a problem? Like, is it tearing your family apart right now? So just keep doing it. Although I do feel like quitting eating ass has got to be one of the easiest habits to quit cold turkey. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like you're presented with it at all times. You're not like, oh no, I can't. Like, oh no, another office birthday party. You're like, all right, one more bite. Oh my God, I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Such a bad person. Ugh, it's gross. Anybody eating ass in here? Oh, just one guy? Good for you. No shame. Good for you. I feel like we're the only animals in the animal kingdom doing that right now. It's wild. I read this other article about these monkeys getting kicked out for 69ing all the time. I like that it said kicked out, where they're like out. Isn't that crazy? That makes me laugh so hard, because doesn't that just sound like a George Costanza plan to get out of the zoo? It's like these monkeys were like, God, this sucks here. And then one monkey's like, I know what we can do. Why don't we eat each other out in front of the kids? They're so intelligent. That is so smart of them. I wouldn't have come up with that plan, but that's great. I'm so impressed. I had a friend that told me that every time she goes to the zoo and she goes to the baboon exhibit, there's always one baboon that is constantly masturbating. I know, when she told me this, I was like, ugh, I get it. You're good looking. You don't have to waste my time with the masturbating baboon story to let me know how hot you are. I never get a masturbating baboon when I go to that zoo. I even put on my sexiest dress. I'm like, Mr. Monkey. Just leaning in. I'm like, come on, masturbate. Mama needs this. He just signs back, I have a headache. I'm like, what? They're so smart. That's so impressive. So I was watching football recently when it was on and it was a season, when I wrote the joke. I'm not going to even change it for another sport. But I was watching a game with one of my friends, and one of the players scored a touchdown, and he thanked God afterwards. And my friend got so offended because he was like, God has better things to do than help some guy score a touchdown right now. But then I thought about it. I was like, I don't know, maybe football is like God's social media. Like, I know when I have a lot of important shit that needs to get done, that is when I'm on Instagram and Twitter the most, just procrastinating. Maybe God's like, there's so much stuff to take care of in China right now. I'm just gonna help this guy score a touchdown for 5 minutes. Then 8 hours later, he's like, shit. Oh my God, things got really out of hand. There's a flu going. I thought it would go on its own, but he's like, all right, I'll just get to it Monday. And then he's like, oh my God, Monday Night Football. What am I gonna do? No, but religion's weird. I always notice that. Have you ever noticed that Jesus shows up in the saddest objects? Like in burnt toast or like a sweat stain. Never in like caviar or something fancy. It's just Jesus kind of trying to find a portal and he can't because he's kind of dumb maybe. He's like, ugh. And you're like, that's toast, Jesus, you're so close to the hole. Like, you're oh my God, you're so close. He's like, how about now? You're like, no, that's a sweat stain. I love picturing Jesus as kind of dumb, but lovable. It kind of makes sense. He's like the ultimate CEO's son. You're like, all right. Oh, but this has been really fun. I'm gonna finish here, and this is my dismount. Are you guys ready? I'm so excited. I was Q-tipping my ears the other night, and I was like, oh my God, this feels so good. Like, have you ever, it feels so fucking good that for a brief moment I was like, I wish I could switch out my ear hole with my pussy hole. Like, I just feel like I could probably come a lot faster that way. Like, have you ever Q-tipped your ear? It feels like you have little clits in there. And I can get it like 100% of the time. Where like down here, I have to be in a mood. It's like a stripped screw down there. Like, I'm like, it's not working. Like, so I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna make so much money on Instagram. And then I'm fine with taking my pussy hole and then moving it to where my ears are, if that's the trade-off. And I think that could help you guys out a lot more if we did that. That way you know if we're really into you in the conversation, then our ears start just getting really wet. We're like, oh my God, go on about your day. And then if we hate you, they just dry up. So. All right, guys, I did it. Thank you.
I want to be canceled. Here's the deal. Canceled comics sell more tickets than non-canceled comics. Don't you understand what's happening? People get canceled on purpose, and people get, ooh, I hate that guy. Here's some money, guy I hate. That's what happens. But the problem with me is I've done stand-up comedy for 33 years, and I've only made fun of myself. I've never looked at another person and made fun of them. I've never made fun of race, religion, sexual, nothing. But I want to be canceled. But I can't. I am the Matchbox 20 of comedy. You'll enjoy me. You'll probably vacuum your apartment to me. You're gonna have a wonderful time tonight. But when you leave, you're gonna be indifferent. And I've accepted that. And I could tell right now, you look pretty young. Matchbox 20 was very popular in the 90s. I don't have a lot of time for crowd interaction, but I could tell immediately you're like, Matchbox what? I wanna push you around, yes I will, I will. Kid's not allowed his phone, he was about to Shazam me singing. Okay, so I don't know, how old are you?
I'm 23.
23. So 23, great age. It's the last time I'll talk to you throughout the show, but thank you for that. Okay, so I'm not 23, but okay, I don't know anything more than you. I'm not smarter than you. I would never lecture you. Life to me is like a Netflix series. I'm just 30-some seasons ahead of you. Okay? So I have some spoilers. Even hearing that song, I realize how old I've become when Matchbox 20 is an old reference. It's not like I said, you know, Toto, Steely Dan. I didn't even do that stuff. I literally went Matchbox 20 thinking that was still a hip reference. So, listen, usually I look way more youthful and not tired, but here's what happened. I was staying at the hotel. I got in last night to be, so I could get a little bit of sleep, but there's some type of travel youth sports staying at my hotel. I have a theory. Travel youth sports is a front for parents who want to swing. Saying it right now. I don't have a way to end that joke, but I think listen, you're being an asshole if just because you want to hook up, you make your kid run around with a lacrosse stick. I just say. I was all worried about this special because I still have COVID weight. It's still a thing. You guys remember COVID? Okay. This thing happened. Like, you don't know. Like, every city you go to, or state you go to, everybody has different, like, experiences. Like, some states didn't even know. They're like, what? What happened? Right? It doesn't feel like, even when I say COVID, it's weird because you don't automatically think a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. Everyone's perception is so off. Remember, like, Tiger King? Doesn't that feel like that was on in 1992? Right? Doesn't it feel like, yo, no, I came home, I watched Tiger King, The Grind, and Real World Season 3. True story. Sorry, right? By the way, we're getting it hot enough in here to do a little hot yoga after the thing, just to let everybody know. Once this room gets 140 degrees, we're gonna pass mats out to everybody, and we're gonna start with some stretches, and then we're gonna kind of go. That's why it's that hot in here. Right? So, but no, COVID was like, so I gained 20 pounds over COVID, maybe even 25. And I don't do 25 pounds well because I'm little. Like, this should show you just how little I am. When I was in high school, I wrestled varsity at 105 pounds. Show you what a monster I was, right? I even jumped up to 112 to see what those Vikings had in them. See what the real men were like up there at 112, right? So an extra 20 pounds on me with skinny legs and skinny arms, I just goes right here. I just look like Kermit the Frog, right? And so, you know, COVID lasted a while. I had a lot of smoked Gouda. Literally, I was up to a puck a night, easy. Easy, a puck of a night. So it's all right here. And then once COVID kind of whatever, I started doing a lot more corporate events, and they kind of make you dress like an adult when you do those. So I put on this like suit jacket, and I buttoned it, and it was tailored to pre-COVID Jon, right? So it stuck out like this. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna do my show. I'm gonna like suck it in, go like this, and just get on stage and try to do my whole show in one breath. Just, what's up, everybody? Right? So I decided to buy these things, and I didn't know what they are. I just saw them just online. I was like, this is interesting. I'm not wearing one tonight. This is regular cotton. But I bought these things. You look at me as if you know what I bought. I bought this shirt, these things called Spanx. Okay. If you don't know what Spanx are, it's an undershirt that pushes your boobs up, pulls them back, pushes your shoulders back, gets your side fat in a little, pushes in your paunch, and does something with your back fat. I don't know exactly. Does a lot of work right there, right? So, but they almost feel like a wetsuit material. If you ever go scuba diving or anything like that, it's this rubbery type of rash guard. So I knew I was in trouble because I was like having a hard time like getting my head through the hole. And then I stuck one hand through this, and then I stuck my other hand through like this, and then I'm like, I'm stuck. I'm like, I'm so stuck. And my hands were like, I couldn't even reach it. So I'm like, the last time I've been in this position, I think I was being born. It was weird. And then I'm like, well, if I go, I can come out backwards and go breach. Right? I guess I could do that. And then I finally somehow got the strength to come through like that, which was weird. And then I grabbed the shirt and I pulled it all the way down, okay? And then when I would let go of it, it would go. You know, like those blinds where you go. It literally just kept bouncing back up. But at the same time it would bounce back up, it felt like my stomach pushed out even more. So then I'm just looking, it looks like I have like a white halter top on, and then my big gut sticking out. I felt like getting some cut off jeans and just this cigarette walk around. You don't tell me what to do with my baby. You don't tell me what you get off my property. And then I was like, I thought, man, you ever just think you're gonna like have money for a second, just for whatever reason, and then it goes away? Like you just, for a second, oh my gosh, everybody, I thought I was gonna be like a millionaire, trillionaire. Cause I'm like, you know what they need to do? They need to put a snap here. And then I'm gonna put a snap at the back. I could just find a way to snap these two together. I'm gonna be I was like, oh man. Come out of the bathroom, tell my wife that story. I'm like, I just invented this thing. It's gonna be a button. I'm gonna snap it. It's going like that. We're gonna be millionaires. My wife goes, did you date anybody in the 80s? I'm like, I mean, once I was a 112 pounder. She's like, yeah, it's called a bodysuit. That snap's been there forever. I'm like, well, I never got to the snap level of the date. I don't know. Something about just having a bodysuit. This Steel Town girl on a Saturday night. She's a maniac, man. That was Flashdance. And that was a documentary about welding. If you ever want to just feel what it feels like to be a welder and be torn with a life decision. Yeah, I can't believe I gained, and then when I pulled the shirt down, it eventually worked, but then my stomach stuck out even more, right? So then I started, thunking it. Percussion, whatever the technical term is, percussing. I'm like, thunk, 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 thunk. And I thought if I'd hit it, too much, like that, it would, remember, those cinnamon rolls your mom would make where she'd tear it off and go, right? Then I thought all my side fat would come out, and then the cream cheese frosting would just pop out. I'm like, oh, man. I'm just gonna go with the gut. That seems easier. But it was weird, when COVID was still going on, there were some states were wide open still, and you had to go work them and perform at them to make money, right? And every state was different, so there's kind of the COVID run type of states. And this was back when I had a lot of friends that leaned into not getting vaccinated. Their whole thing was, I'm not getting vaxxed. Right, big famous comics were like, I'm not getting vaxxed. You don't even know what's in those shots. Go get your shots, sheep. You don't even know what the government's putting in there. And I just look at some of them going, I've seen you do shitty coke in bathroom stalls. I think it's kind of funny. I'll go to CVS and give whatever shot they want to give me, because you know what I'm not worried about that's in that shot? Fentanyl. So load me up every time. Matter of fact, a couple days ago, I just had my shingle shot. Holy crap, I don't know if you ever had that. Let me just tell you right now, you go, I'll take the shingle shot, they take the dullest ballpoint pen they can find, and they stab you with it. That's exactly what they do. The guy takes a pencil from his ear and just stabs you. That's a single shot. I mean, I'm 53. I got a circle. I don't know. I got a vaccination when I was in elementary school. I still have the scar. It's a circle with about 20 little dots on it. I think it was for smallpox. I don't know when they did that or how horrible that was. I think we just walked into school one day and the principal was like, hey guys, everybody just go in the library. We're getting class pictures. And everybody's like, okay. And there were dudes in deer stands. This is the Hunger Games before Hunger Games is even a movie. Don't go to the library. Right, but then I got called to ask to perform at places, and you were like, but aren't you afraid of COVID? Like, no, there's no COVID here. Like, I landed in Florida, and I got off the plane there, and the guy who picks you up for that club, just is a close talker, just gets right up to you. Hi. Good, going. It's gonna be a good week. Hey, afterwards, the staff's having an apple bobbing competition. Sounds horrible. I won't be going. Okay. Want my chapstick? No, I'm good. COVID. Because I live in Michigan where they just scared the crap out of you. Just every time you turn on the news, don't go outside. Do not go outside. If you have a dog, your dog stays outside for 2 weeks. You want to feed your dog, you buy food on Amazon, send it, your dog will eat through the box. Don't FaceTime your grandma, or everyone on your data plan's dead. And then 3 of their friends are dead. After that, it's like a pyramid scheme. Everybody's dead. Right? It was scary because, I didn't know, what to do, when you got to these cities, and it was weird, because before COVID kind of happened, I bought a old farmhouse. I moved from Los Angeles back to Michigan, and before I bought this old farmhouse, I went to this condo community. I'm like, I want to buy one of these condos. It was on a golf course, indoor, outdoor pools, everything you could ever want. Went up to the person who sells them. I'm like, I want that house. They go, can I ask you how old you are? And I go, I'm 40-something, whatever the math was. And they go, ooh, you have to be 65 to live here. And I'm like, well, what if I identify as a 65-year-old? Because I do a lot of 65-year-old shit. So you might want to lawyer up or hand me those keys. I got a pickleball tournament I'm going to at 3 o'clock. I got pants that zip off into shorts. 99% of my shoes are slip-on. Talk about 65. Man, I'm getting older. There's a lot of... I'm new to glasses. I don't know if people who wear glasses what the record is for amount of reading glasses on the top of your head while you're looking for reading glasses. So far, I'm up to 3. I've done this move. I've looked for glasses while I had glasses on. I also lose remote controls that are in my hand. You ever do that? Ever just be watching TV and you're like, where? And my first move is I always go right to my crotch. Because that's where I keep 99.9 of anything important. I just go right to the crotch, right? So I bought this old farm in Michigan. My house was built in 1820, I believe, so it's a little old. And when I bought it, there was no crops around it. But right now, my house is scary because it's nothing but corn. And when I was growing up, there were 2 corn movies, 2. There was one corn movie where they're playing baseball. That's a good corn movie. All right? And then there's a second corn genre movie where it was Children of the Corn, where Malachi and his friends went around and they killed old people. But when I first saw that movie, I loved it because I was 12 and I was like, yeah, fuck old people. kill them all. But now I live exactly like that, right? And having a house, speaking of temperature, having a house that's 200 years old, I've been playing this game where I set the thermostat for 71. I mean, right now it's set at 110. But at home, I would set it for like 71, and then I walk around and try to find what room is actually 71. It's a fun game. Like, I have one of those COVID thermometer guns, right? So I'll holster it, and I'll walk into rooms, and I'll just practice drawing, and I'll click, and I'll be like, 73 degrees in that room. Walk in another one. Oh, 32 in that one. Man, that's a lot of different temperatures coming out of this room. Pretty sure a tornado's gonna start in the hallway. My stairs going upstairs is, well, I got stairs, but they identify as a ladder. I mean, these things are straight up like that. And you could actually put your hands on the steps as you go up. But what's fun, and you have to do it one time. Coming down the stairs, you will eventually, because you will fall, okay? Because people in the 1800s, their feet were like this big. I mean, walking up my steps is like putting your foot in a Peloton bike. My calves are getting crushed. But when you fall, you do this thing where you don't tumble. It's a real scary little, like that. You're like, oh, and you pee yourself a little, right? I've also been playing this game the last couple months called Guess What Animal's in the Wall. That's an awesome game. I would like to apologize to a lot of different animals that I thought I didn't like before I moved to a farm, okay? And I would like to apologize. Like a possum. Possums look scary, and when you see a possum, you're like, oh, it's a possum. And nobody gives a little fun stuffed possum to a newborn baby to have in their crib. Right? You get a little bear, even though a real bear would eat your kid in about 2 seconds. Okay? But you put an animal that would eat your kid, and you're like, I'm okay with that. Possums just look gross. Okay? Possums are good animals. They do a lot of stuff in your yard you need done. They deal with a lot of mice. They deal with a lot of ticks. And every once in a while, you go throw a pizza box away, and they're in your trash, and you both, like, jump, and the possum's, like, looking at you going, you don't know what happens out here! Your candy ass is in there with your cush ass life while I'm dealing with the real world. Go back in your bubble. Okay, I'll say this. Chipmunks are dicks. There you go. Cancel me. There's what you needed. You were looking for something. Tell everybody. John Heffron thinks chipmunks are dicks. And if you're like, nah, that's because you're thinking of the wrong chipmunks. You think chipmunks, you think Hawaiian shirt, leather jacket. You're not thinking of the chipmunks that get in your walls and have illegal bowling tournaments. These tournaments are not sanctioned. None of the wins should count. They shouldn't go against anything. I hear the balls rolling and I hear them giggling. And now Wednesday's karaoke night. It's a pain in the ass. I one time freaked out so much because all I heard was rumbling in my walls. I have a couple of pew-pews. I was just gonna go in and light up a wall. I was just gonna light up a wall, and then I was going on YouTube, and I was gonna look how to get bullet holes out of plaster. There are way more videos than there should be. And not from crusty-looking old guys, too. Just young blonde influencers, just like with the diva light ring in their eyes. Hi, guys. Welcome to my channel. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Make sure you hit the bell so you get notifications every time. And make sure you hear my podcast or go to my Patreon page. So anyway, your boyfriend runs out of the room, and now you have bullet holes on the wall. Here's what you do. It was weird once I started traveling again. And you know what I should do, because even though I'm recording some stuff for a bunch of stuff, I think contractually as a comic, to stay in the comic union, I have to do a 6-minute COVID chunk. because I have nothing on record that I've ever even talked about it. So I have to do it now. Here's my take on COVID, because you've heard a lot of jokes about COVID from every comic, but here's my take. There are kids that are born today, okay, that will know nothing about COVID, because they're born literally today. 15 years from now, they're gonna have questions about what we just went through, right? And they're gonna ask their parents about COVID. Now listen, this is assuming 15 years from now, they're teaching science or history in school. Okay? So we'll just assume, let's just assume there's a secret society that teaches real history and real science somewhere in the thing to make sure you can't, right? Because by then you're probably not allowed to say the number 7 for some reason. Right? So just they're gonna change all the rules of the 7's timetables, because like we don't say 7 anymore. We don't say 7. 7 is not something we say. Vote for me. I hate 7 in America, right? So it's all things. So those kids 15 years from now are gonna ask their parents, Mom, how come Nana and Papa like to eat outside in a parking lot? What? It's 11 degrees outside, and Papa built an igloo out of plastic, and they're eating chicken wings under a space heater. Oh, well, that's because they were alive during COVID. And during COVID, you ate at shitty restaurants in their parking lots. Because if you went inside, then that's when the COVID would get you. So you'd eat horrible food outside. Well, at least we're not at home. Oh, so people couldn't go inside at all during COVID? Nope. That's when you got it. And especially if you were inside after 10, then the nighttime COVID came and got you. Oh, okay, so you weren't allowed to go inside at all. Nope, everybody had to stay outside. Well, unless you're at a Fortune 500 company, unless you're at Target, Walmart, Costco, then they could have thousands and thousands and thousands of people come through on a daily basis. What COVID hated was the paint your own pottery store. So that's why they had to shut down. It's the mom and pop pizzeria that sat 11 people on a good July day. That's why they shut down. Okay, I get it. And the age group I feel the most sorry for were the kids that were seniors when COVID first happened, right? They missed out, to me, they missed out on the most stuff. And a lot of them don't realize that was trauma. Not having to experience things you've been looking forward to your whole life and having it not happen. You suffered from trauma, and if you don't close that loop, some of those kids are gonna make decisions based upon this thing that's missing in their life. So some of them are going to be, 30 years from now, 50-year-old adults at bars, and the bartender is gonna be like, hey, it's last call. I never had a prom. When I graduated, my parents drove by and honked. Right? And it was difficult. Like, you forget what a difficult time we just all went through. Like, you kind of blow it off now, but there were some moments where it was pretty tough, especially if you had both partners were, like, working at home. All right, right? And when you got married and you said all the I do's and I love you's and I debt do you part and you said all that stuff, you said that thinking their ass is going to be gone 55 hours a week, right? Like, I'll say yes to all of that, but they're going to be gone 55 hours a week. Then halfway through, they changed the terms of agreement, and there was an update, and you just scrolled all the way through and said yes, so you could keep going. And now it's switched. It's 24 hours a day for 2 years straight. They are gonna be right next to you. How many times did you get in trouble for just being you? Just being. You're just standing in your own house. And you got yelled at for standing. Right? It's not like the 70s, you were out at some bar, right, getting numbers written on matches. We should start fire with matches. Right? You're literally at your house. And how many times did you turn and your spouse is right there and you're like, what? You know I'm making a sandwich. Why are you in front of that cupboard? I'm looking for something to eat. We're eating in 7 hours. I don't know if that makes sense, but okay. Out of the kitchen. If you're not helping with dinner, everybody out of the kitchen if you're not helping. Usually the husband and the dog leave with their ears behind. It's just the wife and the cat's up on the counter. Yeah, fuck those two. We should buy a little condo. Those two had no value to our lives whatsoever. And then you were forced, right, to now you have to live with each other, which was tough enough to be around each other. Then if you add kids to that scenario, right, now all of us, remember, you all became teachers, right? It wasn't some of your plans, but then suddenly the whole school system went, can you teach your kid? No, I can't. I can't teach him anything. I have a master's degree. Do you know what? The only thing that's stuck in my head with all the learning I've ever done? Carry the one. First to 12th grade. It's literally the only thing that's stuck for whatever reason. I don't know how to spell all the theirs. I think there should be one spelling. Just seems like too much work to figure out all the different ones. And I'm sick of giving people that pride who correct you. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of giving them a win every time I try to post something and I misspell something. It just should be a symbol at this point, right? So now you're trying to figure it out, right? And we gave every kid in the U.S. Just a sub during COVID. Just do like a sub. Not like a sub, like that's a bad thing, or sub as a teacher. Remember when your school system couldn't find a sub? Here's how you knew. Is when you walked into class and you saw a cart with a TV on it. You're like, oh, yeah. A cart with a TV? Man, I'm making Chinese throwing stars all day. I'm gonna make so many footballs all day. And you hit that top loader and that British guy told you about penguins. You're like, yeah, right. Van Halen symbol. All day. So now you as a parent, you're sitting there going, okay, so I'll do my Zoom meetings here. By the way, I had to do a couple Zoom comedy shows during COVID, and I still feel to this day, part of my soul, I don't know how you get your soul back or what you have to do to get some of your pride back, but it's gone. Right? The first one you did, you're like, I'll do it. What's it like? I did one Zoom show. I did the whole thing exactly how I thought I was supposed to do it. It was like one of the first ones when no one really knew. I'm talking. And then when I get done, I just hear a voice, sir? Yeah, he goes, we been in the lobby? I go, I just did 20 minutes of talk for 20 minutes. Did anybody hear it? No, we lost connection. I go, why didn't you tell me? And the kid just being nice goes, I just thought you wanted to practice. Part of my soul just flies away right there. You know what I realized they need on those Zoom things? They need a pedal to get you out of the Zoom. When you're like later and you hit a button, bam, you're out. Because none looks dumber than you trying to click out after you think you did. And also, I realized when you get introduced, it's dumb because we see you. Everybody sees. So if they're like, "Hey, Janice from HR," and you're like, "Hi, Janice. Hi. Is that okay? Yeah, it's Pepper." Right? It's like it's a weird. There needs to be like a 2-second pre-roll of you, like every sporting event. They're like, "Janice from accounting," and it's just a picture of like Janice going. Right? You can do. And it's Derek from shipping. So you're all stuck, right, in this house, and now you as a parent, you have to do your Zoom meetings here, and then you as the other parent have to do your Zoom meetings there, and then you've got a kid, you're like, okay, you do your classes in that corner. 5th graders, you do your stuff in there. Living rooms, that's where we'll have assemblies. I'll build a shed out back for us new teachers where we can sit out there and smoke going, fuck these kids. Oh, they're doomed. We should drive them right to juvie right now. I was actually at a friend's house when his son, who was about to go away to school, came to tell him that he wasn't going away to school, right, because of COVID. And those two did not get along, right? That's just as parents, my buddy had a little check mark of when his son was gonna leave. And they had that kid's room Airbnb'd, like the hour after the kid leaves, right? It was all planned. And that kid comes into the room where we're in and he goes, I just go to, what? What? Huh. I just got an email from school. I'm not, I'm not supposed to go to school or something? I don't know. People are coughing or something? I'm supposed to stay here. Well, wait, what are you saying to me? I'm not supposed to go to school. But I just spent $20,000 for your dorm and your food. Do you know if I get that back? I don't know. Is that something you can figure out? It's your money. Like, why do I gotta figure it out? You ever talk to a teenager, for some reason, none of these muscles on their faces, like none of these muscles work at all. They're just like, and then anytime you tell a teenager to do something, their body flinches, like you're tasering that kid. Hey man, can you get the trash can at the bottom of the driveway, put in the garage for me, please? What? Why do I gotta do it now? What? I wasn't even going outside. I don't even throw things away. I remember when I started performing live again, I was so excited. It's all I wanted to do, right? Because you're a comic, you're sitting home talking to all my comic friends, going, oh man, we're ever gonna do live shows again? People are doing shows in parking lots and on roofs, and then like there was everywhere. You're just trying to figure out, like, right, bastardizing comedy, just having it happen anywhere and anything. Hey, I got this gig. It's in a pool. Everyone goes underwater, and then you do like 5 minutes. However long you can hold your breath, that's what your set is. And you're like, I got this gig. You're in a hot air balloon with a speakerphone, and you just kind of, with the megaphone, and you just yell at the cities. It pays like $50 for like an hour. And you're like, I haven't seen a check. I'll do the balloon gig, right? It got sad. So I remember, like, once I started performing live, took me about a week. Like, I had about a week of, oh, yes, I'm fine. I'm performing live again. And then by week 2, everything that bugged me about everything came right back. Like, I didn't even miss a beat. There's so many things that bug me just as a comic now. 1, temperature of a comedy club. Okay. That's one. Another one, and it hasn't happened at this place at all, so I'm not saying here, but some clubs you go to, the servers are louder than the worst hecklers, right? So you're kind of battling that, right? And then they take the beer bottles, and as you're talking, you hear them in back playing cornhole. You just hear smash, smash, right? I did a show back and I was pretty rusty where I was even nervous about what material I was doing because I hadn't performed in a very long time. And I get on stage, I'm trying to figure out my life. There's a woman sitting almost like front row. It wasn't you, but you're like right there. If you were to put together an arch villain of a comedy club, she was everything possible. You know what I mean? Like she was like a one-person bachelorette party at 12 in one person level of annoyance, right? Like after every joke, she co-signed, which means that I'll say something and then she has to either yes or no it. I don't do that. I don't have a farm. I don't know. I don't think it's hot in here. I don't think it. Right, she's the person on Facebook who has to comment under every post. Sometimes you can keep scrolling. Right? So she's commenting after everything I say, and it was just kind of getting annoying. And then she was eating loud enough for me to hear her. That was making it almost impossible for me to. So I'm literally performing like this, right? And she's slurping, and the whole other time she's also like this. I see her hands just doing this as she's slurping, as she's doing this. I'm like, what is okay? This lady, she's eating. And she's just this look on her face, but it was, it was COVID, so I'm like, well, she maybe she hasn't eaten around people. Like she's feral, right? Like, maybe this woman lived in the woods and they're bringing her into society, and this is how they're kind of showing her. This is how humans are, right? Don't bite anybody, so. She's slurping, and then she takes the wings, and here's what makes me crazy. She gets the plate of wings that she has, and she set it on the stage. Okay, the rage that I had, I wish I could have bottled it up, because it was in case anybody ever stuck underneath a bus, I would be able to go honk. Especially if my Spanx on, have a little extra push. Right, have a little thing, right? So she sets it there, and all I want is like the speaker system just to fall and kill her. Like, I wanted her dead. You don't understand. I wanted her dead. I've done shows in front of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people. She's one dead. I don't. That's a good ratio. I only kill 0.00001% of my fans. That's a good ratio, right? But I wanted the speaker to kill her, and this right before she dies, I just wanted to lean in and go, because you're a horrible person. That's why this is happening to you. She's just a low-watt human being. Some people are just low-watt. They're not turned off, but you get that dimmer and you turn it as low as it can, enough where it hums, you hear humming. So the bulb's not off, but it does nothing. It just brings everybody darkness that comes in contact with you. That's what she was, a humming, low-light watt human being, okay? Little extreme, okay, I get it. But anyway, so then I go to say something to her, but I had to look at her husband first because it's a new thing in comedy. Things are weird, right? Now audiences, you used to be able to just yip-yap at an audience and you just listened. If you didn't like what I was saying, you would just stare at me like that. If you liked what I was saying, you would just do that. But there wasn't a thing, right? You didn't go, ooh, you shouldn't be talking. Like, audiences now think that comedy is a choose-your-own-adventure. That you have a say on what the comics are saying up here. That's not how it works. That's not how this whole thing's set up, right? So I had to look at the husband, because I'm gonna tell this lady, I give her a little point. So I'd look at the husband to see, is he big? Is he gonna come up? How much am I fighting, right? And I looked at him, sized him up quick. He had a winter Marlboro Lights jacket. Proved me one thing. He smoked enough to get a free winter jacket. That's all I need to know about him. He's got about 2 seconds of air in that body. I just got to move around a little bit with that guy. Right? I'll do one of these and one of those. He's. So I'm not worried about that guy. So I go to his wife, and I'm ready to just rip into her, and she's wearing this light blue sweatshirt that has Eeyore, right? Now listen, grown women wearing Disney store clothes, whole nother conversation I don't feel like having. But she has an Eeyore sweatshirt on, and every time I went to say something to her, all I thought was, why bother? Oh, Christopher Robin, I just would like to hit her with a smack roll of honey. Piglet, what day is it today? It's we killed a lady in the front row, Pooh. Oh, that's my favorite day. We will kill her, then I'll deal with the rumbling in my tummy. I don't do impressions. I've been working on my Winnie the Pooh for a long time. Because here's what happened. I got remarried, and I married into becoming a grandpa. And there's some responsibilities if you're a grandpa. Okay, when you're reading a story to a little kid, you got to have character development. You got to change the story. You got to add different voices. You can't read stuff straight through, right? Like it's a Kia directions. You gotta have some feeling behind the book, right? And when I met my granddaughter for the first time, she's about 1.5, she just handed me a book and just went, read. So I started reading the book, and I did a crappy job. I was getting caught up on words. It wasn't flowing. It was bad. It was like the part of 8 Mile when Eminem just couldn't figure it out. Crinkle it up, throw the shit out, pull out the pen and the pad. Right? I'm stuck, thinking, right? So I started reading the book, and she just kind of looked at me, and I realized I better bring it, because back when I was a kid, if you were a kid, you had 2 grandpas. That was it. But now kids, their parents are married 4 times, and then remarried, and then second marriage, and then their step-grandpa is still in their life, even though that guy's not married to their mom anymore. So it's a whole thing. So I'm coming into this grandpa reading tournament, 5th seed. Better get your A game up and figure it out. Because here's how you know you're reading bad to a 1.5-year-old. Because that's the most honest you will ever be in your entire life, is about 1.5. And then you start being too honest, you start getting in trouble, you're like, I'm gonna dial back the honesty a little bit. Remember 1.5? You didn't like the food you'd have in front of you? Knock it off. Not, will I get in trouble for doing this? Should I do this? What's the cleanup gonna be like? You're like, done. I do not like the texture of this. That's what little kids do. You're reading a book to a little kid, and that little kid doesn't like the book, especially now. They will take the book out of your hand and just toss it. First they take it, and then they try to eat it, and they're like, no, and then they toss it. Now they have options. Now they can look at their mom and go, Mother, bring me a new grandpapa. This one bores me. So we don't bore little kids. I know you're probably watching this special for free. Me and my wife, we wrote a bunch of children's books. This one is called My Grandma Makes Blueberry Pancakes. It rhymes. It's easy to read. We have like 5 of them on Amazon. Let me read you the first page. Little Jane is so adorable and kind. But right now, she has one important question in her mind. See what I did? See the pause? That's how you change levels. You don't read a book like you're reading a board game rules for the first time. All right, everyone who's got a blue piece, just move the 2 pieces over there. You lost a turn. Now it's your turn. Now you go 4 paces that way. Do you have a zapper card? Okay, you're back to her. Is there anything worse than learning a new board game? It's the worst. That's why backgammon's the best game ever, because when you're done playing, it's put away. Something to think about. So, Christopher Robin. So, Eeyore lady, right? She's like this. I'm like, why are you doing this? I don't understand why you're doing this. And she looks, and I could just tell how she looked at me, and she goes to her low watt breath, say something to me, and I knew I was in trouble. Because I've done comedy for enough years to know if you heckle me, if you say something to me, I can almost guess what booze you've been drinking by what you say, how you slur, the level of anger, whatever. I can guess the booze. The second I heard her tone, I was like, I'm in trouble. She's had Xanax and wine. And there's no defense for Xanax and wine. Xanax and wine is too loosey-goosey. Xanax and wine are like those blow-up things you see at used car dealerships. You can't argue with Xanax and wine. Nothing makes sense. It gets thrown back at you, and you're like, I didn't even say that. What are you trying to say? All right, you can't deal with it. So I go, well, what are you waving? She goes, a server. There's no servers here. I'm like, well, yeah, that's because there's no servers anywhere. You know how many restaurants have had to close because nobody literally is working? The fact that there's any server, you should just be excited. I've seen restaurants that have signs that go, can you not be dicks to the 2 people we have left working? We have 2 people working. We have no chicken tenders. They're on a shipping container in China. We have no cups, or we have no ketchup, and I got my mom out of hospice. She's cooking. So if you could sit down, order your food, not be an asshole, we'd appreciate this, right? Like, you want a side hustle? That's what I would do. If you want a side hustle, here's what I would do. I would just walk in any restaurant or bar, walk up to any table, and just go, your server's taking a quick break. Can I get you guys anything else? Okay? And then when they give you the order, I'm willing to bet you can make at least one trip from the table to the bar or table to the kitchen and back without anybody saying anything. I bet you the manager will look and go, finally, somebody on table 8. Notice I didn't say table 7 because we don't talk about 7. Right? And then when you come back, you go, you know what? Our credit card machines are down. We take Venmo. Here's my QR code for that. Just want to take, bing, and just stop at the bar, get your shift drink. Take off. Right? So, and I don't know why, like, if I was a server, I'd be afraid because it feels like they're trying to get rid of servers now. Like, I went to, like, a hamburger place. I don't know what the name of it is. And I walk in, and I'm so hungry. And I see 2 people who work there, because they have the hat, and they work there, sitting behind the machines. And one of them says, hello, sir. For your convenience, you can order from any of our 2 kiosks. And I'm like, that's not convenient to me. You taking my order would be the convenient thing. I go, can I just tell you what I want? They go, no, we have these 2 kiosks for your convenience. I'm like, I gotta tell you, it's not convenience. I was just at CVS, I was just at the grocery store. I don't got time to learn another POS system. Seems like I'm getting certified on a lot of systems. It just seems like no. And all I eat literally is hamburger with ketchup only. It's all I order, no matter what. So I go, I just want hamburger ketchup only, and I don't know how to, it's gonna be hard. You could probably figure it out quicker for me. And she goes, well, you gotta type it in or the cook's not gonna know. I'm like, the cook's been listening to this conversation since we got here. So he knows exactly. I want hamburger ketchup only. That means no cheese, because if I wanted cheese, I would have fucking said cheese. So it's hamburger ketchup only, nothing else. Anything in your brain you think should go on here is a no. And then she goes, if you don't type it in here, she's not gonna know. He gets a receipt in back, and that's how he knows. I'm like, I've seen old footage, old-timey movies, where a person had a notepad and they walked over to the table with a pencil and went, can I take your order? And then they wrote down hamburger, ketchup only. And went like that, and then Flo ripped it off, and then handed it, and the guy spun it around, took it out, put it on there. Psst, 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 psst. Should I put pickles or tomatoes? No, because it says ketchup only. Why do people like, I don't know if it's us just in general or if service is, and I'll get back to the Eeyore lady, but I have to tell you this story. It just happened to me, so it's gonna be half a story, but I'm telling it. So I had to go get an MRI recently, right? So I had to go get an MRI. I know nothing about an MRI, nothing. And everybody in my family's in the medical field. Nobody told me what an MRI was. Okay, so the entire time thinking I'm gonna land, go get this MRI. I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna sleep for a little bit while I'm getting the MRI. Because in my brain, listen, I thought, because I saw some stock footage of some commercial once, it was like a blue scanning light just scans my brain. And everybody's smiling. That's what I thought an MRI was. Nobody in my family told me what an MRI is. I'm in a corner, like, closet, okay? And I see the lights just turning off. You see the lights go conk, 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 like the place is closing. And I've been back there for maybe 3 hours. I hear a guy go, I'm an exterminator. I heard there's bees in one of the MRI machines. Then I hear somebody go, you can't get back there, it's locked, everybody's gone. So that's when I step out and I go, not everybody. I've been here for 3 hours, right? And then the woman in charge, we'll just call her Natasha, I just see her go, fuck. Right? So then the minion henchman guy, Boris, pulls me in this room, and then they pull out a drawer. Pull out a drawer, and he goes, lay in the drawer. Doesn't tell me anything. And he hands me, he's got these earplugs. He goes, you want these? And I go, do other people use them? And I just take them from him, and I'm like that. And then he closes the drawer, but luckily I have cat-like reflexes. I went like this. Because my arms were about to be chopped off. Even if you're working a local carnival, the guy goes, all right, riders, please keep your arms inside vehicle at all times. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So I close and I'm in there and I don't know what happens. All of a sudden, wah, wah, wah. So now I think the hospital's being bombed. And my little safety ball I'm supposed to squeeze is falling. I don't even know where that is. I'm reaching up, I'm seeing 4 pairs of reading glasses. I can't find the thing. Then the whole thing stops, right? And I'm like, what, right? And then the drawer opens, and then Natasha comes, and she looks at him and goes, it will not work if it is not done correctly. And she chunked it. She's like, do it for me. And then he goes, clunk. She's like, again, clunk. And then he just closed me back up into the thing again. So I'm like, okay, this is exactly what it must feel like if you're dead and somebody has to ID your body. Like, I just lived through that experience. Then they close me, and then the wah, wah, wah. Then the door opens again, and she comes and she grabs my wrist, and she starts doing this. She goes, no, do you know what the doctor ordered? I go, no. She goes, he wants contrast. And I'm like, I don't know what that is. To me, that sounds like there's a knob on your TV you've been looking at. You just kind of jack that thing up or something. She goes, you want and she sticks this thing in my arm, and I'm like, why do I taste salt? What's happening to me? And then they put me back in, and wah, wah, wah. And at this point, I think I'm gonna get out, and I'm gonna see a video of me. John, if you're seeing this video, shit went to shit. There's a secret bag hidden at the truck stop. Find it and get to Mars. And then she gets done and she goes, you will go down that hall and go. So then I'm thinking, you know what? If I went and got a tan, the 16-year-old at the tanning booth would have explained to me more what was about to happen to me than the lady at the MRI thing, right? So I asked Eeyore, I'm like, why are you doing that? And she goes, these drinks are watery. And I'm like, no, they're not. They're made how they're supposed to be. She's like, no, it tastes like water. Listen, people, here's what COVID did to us. If you go out and you have a drink and you think your drink's watery, it's because you were self-pouring for 2 years. Your calibration is so messed up. It'll never be right again. It'll never be right. Vodka soda is like maybe a 3-second pour, and then whatever the soda. I don't know about you guys. I was up to a 6 glug. Glug. 1 glug. 2. And I didn't even have nice bottles of booze. It was plastic with handles. Glug. Not even in nice glasses. I had 7-Eleven big gulp cups, 32 ounce. Glug, glug, glug. I had red wine for the first time over COVID. Not a big wine drinker. I think lukewarm stuff is weird. But I bought wine and have you had it? Yeah. I bought box wine. Yeah, I didn't know. So I bought box wine because I figure it's stackable. I can move it. You can do more with boxes than you can with bottles. And I also figure, well, this is about 2 years ago, I thought the world was ending. And if the world's ending, we're gonna need religion. And if I have red wine, we can still have communion. Okay? But I don't know where you get those communion wafers, so if you came to my church, I'd probably go with pizza-flavored goldfish. It's probably gonna be you take the body of Christ, yes. Is that cheesier? Yeah, it's cheesier than last week. It's zestier. I think those are the baked ones. Right, so I got the wine, and I didn't know when to drink the wine. I had so many questions about. So first, I went and I hit the button, and I'm standing like this, and it just reminded me of working landscaping. I didn't even enjoy it. My first thought when I was like this is, I'm not working past 5. I don't give a shit what he says. Right, it was like the first. So then, there's a couple things on boxed wines. There needs to be a gauge to let you know how much you drank. There should be an E or an F and kind of give you a heads up. So you don't see the boxed wine, you get all excited and you go there and it starts dripping. That's a horrible feeling when you're set for wine and it starts to drip because a rage took over me, right? I just put my fist right through the box, just one arm punched it, yanked out the bladder, and then put it here like bagpipes and just started sucking it. And I'm rolling it. I took out a knife, I slit it open, I licked it. Then I ate the plastic like it was a placenta. It was COVID, I was on a farm. Things happen, I don't know. But I have some things. So, man, if you've never had wine before, give it a try. Like the first time, I drank it, right? And the wine started hitting me. It started going through my veins. It kind of felt like, this is probably what it feels like when Peter Parker's becoming Spider-Man. I just feel it going through my veins and I'm starting to feel all warm and fuzzy. And then I drank a half a box. And I just had a wonderful self-care night. I got that rolly thing and I rolled out my face. I sat there like that. Put these stickers underneath my eyes. Put these Nike symbols just underneath my eyes. Just rolled out my face. Started an Etsy page. Made a bunch of signs that said thankful, grateful, blessed. My #1 seller is just home. Watch all of Outlander. Oh. To be loved through time, right, dude? I like to box wine. Like, I kind of like every time I drink it and take communion, I think I want to start a religion, and I think I could do it. Like, I'm an ordained minister, so I'm technically allowed to. But here's what I would do, though. I would start a religion, and I would kind of gear it younger than me. Like, I'd definitely gear it to, like, your age, because I could get away with a lot more. So if it's everybody your age and younger, I wouldn't actually read from the Bible. I would just quote 80 songs. And I don't think that age group would even know the difference. I could just be like, and you may ask yourself, where is my beautiful house? Where is my beautiful wife? You might have some friends that say, I want to have fun tonight. They might want to Wang Chung. Tonight. Where you relax, you don't do it, even if you want to go through it. Because you can never be too sha-sha, hush-hush, Ottawa. Now you come back next Sunday, I got a lit ditty about Jack and Diane I would like to share with you. You guys, thank you so much.
Yeah! Yeah! That is my friend James Mattern, everybody. Keep it going for James Mattern. Now do you see why I said come to the 7? Sorry, 9:30 show. Well, please adjust your eyes for non-celebrity comedy. That's not bad though, right? Seinfeld, Wallace, and air conditioning. What more do you want? On a July night in New York City, baby. I really do appreciate you guys being here. I feel like I need to tell you right off the bat that I have a tiny head. I know it's not like I come up here and you're like, you got a tiny head, but I feel like I come up here and you're like, something's up. And then I'm like, I got a tiny head, and you're like, that's it. And there's nothing you can do about a tiny head. There's no exercise to make my head bigger. I can't be like... I can't even get regular bigger, because my head will just stay. And then I'll just look like the dude from the waiting room in Beetlejuice. I don't know if it's a tiny head, but apparently I have a very non-threatening vibe. Like, I feel like if I was alone in a room with a bunch of cocaine and somebody walked in, they'd just be like, do you know who left this here? I mean, first of all, are you okay? I still shampoo, which no one seems to understand. No? Trust me, buddy, it is nice to reminisce. I mean, not right now, obviously. I tightened up for the show, but it gets peach fuzzy, you know? But people are mean, man. I was traveling before the pandemic, and they put me in a hotel with no amenities. Can't always say amenities at comedy clubs. You guys seem smart. I swear to God, sometimes I have to say stuff. But there was no shampoo, so I had to go buy some. And since I was traveling, I purchased travel-sized, but I could tell everyone at the store was looking at me like, aw. That's so cute. No, that's what he gets. That's his shampoo for the year. Let me ask you though, sir, and I did not tell them to put you here. You picked this seat. Did you bald from here or from here? From here. That's the way you want to do it. If you get to choose, which you don't. Yeah, I unfortunately balded from here, so I was the last one to know. Every day I'm in the mirror like, looking good, Johnny. But then I know I was out in public and everybody was looking at me like, that man's life is not what he thinks it is. But finally, an advantage of being bald was during the quarantine. Everybody else was like, oh, when are the salons gonna open? A business as usual in Bald Town. You just shave her up once a week, all by your lonesome. But I hope you're all doing okay. I'm definitely easing back into things. I guess I can sum up my financial experience this past year and a half by saying that I was way too excited for each stimulus check. All right. I don't know if you remember, but the first one was $1,200, right? I used that one to pay my 2007 rent. Then we dipped to $600. I used that one for sweatpants. They were like, we're only halfway done. I'm like, I'm gonna get comfortable. By the way, muzzle tov to sweatpants on rebranding as joggers. Ho, 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 ho. They pushed some extra units with that marketing ploy. And then we went back up to $1,400, which I thought was too generous. I gave it back. I said, they took it back. I paid my taxes. They took it from me. I never even saw it. But I was having a big year before all of the pandemic hoopla. I had met a nice lady on Hinge. Yeah. Shout out to the dating app Hinge. We fell in love. It can happen. We got a little pregnant. Just a touch. It was just enough, actually, to have a baby. We got a beautiful baby. She's delicious. She just turned 1 last week. Yeah. But at the time of the birth, we had actually been a pregnant couple longer than a non-pregnant couple. So, strong foundation. Really doing it backwards out there in Astoria. But we both wanted to have kids. I know that because when we were falling in love, she told me that she was going to freeze her eggs. And I would joke around with her. I'd be like, why do you want to do that? I'll knock you up right now. And then I did. I was joking. I'm a comedian. So we moved into a new apartment for both of us, but it feels like it's hers. Just has that feeling like I don't belong there. You know, she's like, are you gonna put that there? I'm like, I think I'm gonna throw it away. Yeah, I think we both wanna throw that away. Yeah, let's toss that stupid plant that I've had for 12 years and named. We had to make room for pillows, apparently. I had no idea how many pillows were going to be involved in my bed life. We have more pillows in our bedroom right now than I've had in all of my bedrooms in my entire life combined. There's pillows that aren't even on the bed. There's a wait list to get on the bed. I'll open the closet at night, one spills out like, my turn? I remember this one time. We were sharing a poppy seed muffin, and I had poppies caught in my teeth, and she was adorably picking them out with a toothpick. And I thought, this must be love. But then I looked in her eyes, and I was like, oh, this is something different. This is like a disorder of some sort. I am going to have to Google this later. I don't even think she knows my name right now. But we were in Montreal. I had shows in Montreal, and she came with me to Canada. And I feel like at the Canadian border, they ask you questions in a way to try to trip you up. You know? It's the border agent. She just goes, "How do you two know each other?" I'm like, what? Are you... We're in the same car. I don't... But then it clicked, but I'm too old to be like, "We're boyfriend, girlfriend." So I just panicked. I was just like, we met on Hinge. I don't know if you guys have that up here. It's been like 3 months, but I travel a lot, so I don't know if it counts as 3 months. Are we counting it as 3? We're counting it. It's 3 months. We put a picture on Instagram so everybody knows. A lot of pressure. Can't break up. We just said "I love yous," which my sister-in-law said was too soon, but my therapist said no rules with that kind of stuff. We haven't had an argument yet, but this is our first trip, so I'm very nervous. I don't know if you're working on Sunday, because that's when we're rolling back through. We can check in with you. This has been very helpful. She was like, "I really don't want to say this, but welcome to Canada." That is true. No arguments in the first 3 months. That is over. We are having tons of arguments. I've only been involved in one, but we're having tons of arguments. I'm just like, "Do you need me for this one, or can I go get some more masks?" We are low again on masks. I think the big thing that annoyed her during quarantine was that I got in shape, because there was nothing else to do. I know, I'm not in shape anymore. And she was getting more pregnant. And I told her it was because of this life insurance exam that I had coming up, but it was really just in case anything happened to her during the delivery, and I had to get back on Hinge. All right, I feel like enough of you really clammed up on that joke that I feel like I need to let you know that she likes that joke. I don't know if that helps you. She actually said, "I love the one where I almost die." So, don't worry. I mean, she's dead now, but she loved that joke. She loved that joke. No, she's right there, everybody. Relax. Hi, Lee. You look beautiful and alive. Well, we're not married. We'd be married if it wasn't for COVID. So technically, she's my fiance, but I don't like words with things over one of the letters. But my friend from Texas told me in the South, sometimes they say, "my intended." Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think it's cool, because then if she does anything super, I can call her my superintendent. All right, couple quick things. First of all, I stand behind that joke. But also understand if you would like me to go see if Jerry is still here. I don't know, we killed her in the last joke. I thought we'd have some fun wordplay for those of you that were sad. No, it's cool. I call her my wife when we're in a good place. So we're in a good place. I call her my girlfriend when she's mad at me. It makes her madder. But I know we're in a good place because last week she told me that she was my biggest fan. How sweet is that? Yeah, I was like, thank you. But before us, I met a woman in Sacramento that did some things that make me feel like she might have been a little bigger of a fan. It was one thing in particular, but yeah. But my wife is Irish. She likes, she likes to drink. That stereotype is true. Yeah. Cheers at the table. I am Jewish, so I just like to watch her drink and then judge her real hard. I can't drink much anymore myself. I can have about 1 glass of wine. After that, it does not mix with the Zoloft. We got some depressed people here. It's really good to see you. I didn't think we were going to come back out, to be honest with you. Way to be here. Right? Seriously, they were like, COVID, quarantine, stay inside. We were like, got it. And they're like, come on back out. We're like, no. You said inside. I like it here. I got Seamless and Grubhub working back to back. I built the desk for my Ford. I'm very happy inside. But apparently you can have 1 glass of wine per week when you are pregnant. That's what we went with. I think you can make up your own rules. I don't. But that's when you know you're a lightweight, when you're getting outdrank by a pregnant woman. Getting a little Jewy vibe over here. We got some Jews. Yeah, some Jews. All right. There we go. This is I'm teaching my wife how to be Jewish, all right? This is absolutely true. Before she met me, she had never returned anything. Meanwhile, an art form for my people. She's like, I've heard of it, but it seems like too much work. I'm like, you gotta put in the work. Like, we'll go to Dunkin' and they'll give her the wrong coffee and she'll throw it in the garbage and go purchase a new one. I'm like, what? When I wake up from my seizure, I'm like, what are you doing? Give me that. This is like my Super Bowl. What'd you get, a medium? You're getting a large. I don't even want a coffee. I'm gonna get a free one out of this. You want a crawler? We can go off menu if you like. What do you want? You want a box of Equal? You like Equal? Let's get you a box. We had chairs to return to Target, okay? I had never seen her so nervous. She was sweating. She was rehearsing our story on the car ride over. She had a reference for them to call. I'm like, you gotta relax. We don't even need to bring the chairs inside. That's how good I am at this. Where do we get them? Target? I'll return them at Bed Bath & Beyond just for the challenge. I will bring all my coupons. They won't know what hit them. You ever want to do that? Just bring all your coupons in and be like, your move, BB&B. I've been literally sitting on these for months. But she's teaching me too. She's teaching me how to be less Jewish. I don't know what to call it. Irish, more manly, whatever. We needed a bed. We went to a store. We bought it. That day. We didn't go to any other stores. We didn't call my mother. We just left with a delivery date in the books. Although when she wasn't looking, I found the same bed a little cheaper at another place. Made the first place match that price, so technically I win, even though our therapist said it's not about winning and losing. I think we can all agree I was victorious that day. Just that day. Just that day. Oh, which one was Jerry's? Not this one, because they open his for him. The other thing she doesn't understand is the overbearing Jewish parents. You know what I mean? How many times a day do you talk to your parents? 7. Just once, okay, all right. Yeah, my mom doesn't. My wife. Okay, that's my stuff. My wife doesn't understand why my mom will call twice in one day, and I'm just like, you don't even want to hear about the third and the fourth times. But she's just like, what could she possibly need to tell you now that she didn't tell you 2 hours ago? I'm just like, I don't know. She ran into Margie Weissman. Who? David Weissman's mom? And she told my mom to tell me that I was always a very nice boy. That was it. That was the whole call. I told my mom I was going to say that on stage, and she goes, do you have to use her real name? But all right, so we got the Jews here. Some non-Jews, I can sum myself up for you. People always want to know what kind of Jew you are. I like to call myself a suburban summer camp Jew. Yeah, so the Jews understand what I'm saying. For those of you that don't know, I can sum up my entire childhood with one little anecdote. The one where I'm not saving myself from a snake bite. You guys know what I'm talking about. You're all here. So I have a buddy from Idaho, and he told me that he, for his 12th birthday, his grandfather gave him a shotgun. In contrast, for my bar mitzvah, somebody gave me a Swiss Army knife that my father has yet to let me have. I thought I was going to get it when I turned 39 for the old triple bar mitzvah. But that dude's got that thing hidden like an afikoman, my friends. Oh, I sense just enough Jews to be able to do the afikoman line. It's a sense thing. Yeah, I'm part of the no fix-it tribe of Jews. Can't really fix stuff, you know what I mean? Like, when I moved into my own apartment, my mother bought me a toolbox from Macy's and a book, How to Fix Everything. And the handle to the toolbox broke, and that was not in the book. And I perform for Jews a lot because money. And it's on its best day, not easy, okay? Right? Like, I can give you the whole thing. Like, I did a show for a Jewish community center near where my parents live, and my mother's friend was at the show and emailed her and was like, Jonathan's very funny, but he needs to iron his shirt. The comedy is secondary with the Jews, is what I'm saying. Dare I say tertiary, and I mostly say that just so you know that I know that word. But you know what? I would get set up. I would do shows at temples or JCCs, and they love to set you up if you're singing. They set me up with their nieces. Tons of nieces. Never a daughter. I found that weird. It's like, we like you, but we only want to see you like twice a year. But oh my, I am so glad I am done with being single, man. I was like, my friend Ryan used to say that I look like a day trader with the dating sites. I would just like have Bumble and Hinge and yeah, I was online dating for so long. It was at the point where I would just see the same people. I'd start rooting for them a little bit. Like, oh my God, you're back again? What happened? We all thought you made it out of here. Well, you keep your chin up, girl. No, I mean in the photos. You really gotta keep your chin up. And it was hard to date when you don't drink that much, you know what I mean? Like, I try to come up with non-drinking dating activities, but it all sounded like I was trying to babysit the person. You wanna get some ice cream? How about a bike ride? Too cold, hot cocoa? So I remember this was probably one of my favorite dates, so I met this woman and we were going to a wine bar restaurant, okay? I told you what I can handle, so my plan was just to nurse one glass of wine. And then she showed up with red wine mouth. Yeah, I don't know how many that is, but it felt like we were starting at 30 love. In the first 10 minutes, she told me that I look like her ex-boyfriend. Not first date conversation. Then she started telling me why I was wrong for drinking white wine instead of red wine, and I was like, well, if you have a mirror, I'll show you why I'm right. Then she started complaining about dating in New York City, and I'm like, you're on a date in New York City. This is weird to do that. Plus, I've known you for 18 minutes, pretty confident, not New York City's fault. But this was the best, all right? At one point during our date, she got up from our table to tell someone at another table to be quiet. And look, I was half impressed, if I'm being honest with you people, okay? That takes balls. Big balls. Balls I don't have. Think about it. She was being annoying at my table, and I didn't say anything. They thought she worked there. And then she sat back down with me. I was like, just as surprised as you guys. I have no idea what's going to happen next. Let's all watch. Right? Because there's an acceptable way to tell someone in public that they're doing something weird, right? You look at them, you hope you catch their eye, and you're like, wait, huh? Come on. What? What? Huh? Come on. What? What are you doing? Seriously, if you followed me around New York City, you would think I had tremors the way I'm just like, come on, what are you doing? No, come on. What are you doing? Not during the day. I call it my Amtrak quiet car face. I'm like, it's a sign right there. Everybody else is being quiet. What are you doing? You're with me, right? Everybody's with me. Where's the conductor? But I was still on board. I'm embarrassed to say, because she was cute. That's the problem with the man brain. Somewhere in here, I'm like, maybe she'll even out after 7 glasses of wine. But then she told me she got kicked out of a comedy club one time for heckling, and I was like, I think we're done here. She was like, I was offended, and I felt like I had to say something. I was like, you didn't. And I really, like, people are getting offended at comedy shows and Twitter and stuff, but it's like, comedy is just, it's a joke. Just laugh or don't laugh. If you get offended, maybe that's a great thing to say for your journal later. But this is what really got me. She goes, I was offended, and I felt like I had to say something for everyone. I felt it coming up from here. I was like, you don't know everyone was offended? Like, I was so mad. I'm definitely madder than you guys, but I was definitely... All right. I don't like onions, okay? If I was at a dinner party... I've never been to a dinner party. But if I was at a dinner party and the meal had onions in it, I would eat around the onions. Simple, right? I wouldn't flip the whole fucking table over and start mashing food out of people's mouths. Maybe I'd lock eyes with someone else that wasn't eating onions, and I'd be like, onions, buddy, right? This is ridiculous. Everybody, solidarity. And my hope would be that enough people wouldn't eat the onions, and then later, when the host was cleaning up, they would see that and be like, oh, I guess not a lot of people like onions. Next time, I won't put so many onions in there. But I wouldn't say anything during the meal, because that would be rude and insensitive, and I know that the host probably worked very hard, put a lot of time and energy into making that meal funny. Funny. All right, you guys are too good. I feel like you guys saw Seinfeld tonight. You're very good. It's so funny. There's like a bunch of the servers from another club. And I went over to Big Will and I was like, you guys are the only ones that aren't impressed that Seinfeld was here. When you work at a comedy club in like Seinfeld or like Chappelle mostly, they walk in, you're like, ah, fuck. Guess I'm not going to sleep tonight. The weird thing about dating when you're a comedian, though, is people would always be like, am I going to end up in your act? Probably. Right? But you don't even have to go out with us to end up in an act. This is like one of my last interactions before I met my wife. It's, so this is the thing. I liked, Hinge was my favorite. I have to say that. It would be weird if I didn't. Met my wife on Hinge. Not a fan. But Hinge and Coffee Meets Bagel, those were my two favorite because they only give you like a certain amount of matches per day. So you couldn't go down that Tinder, Bumble rabbit hole where you would swipe for like 6 hours until they'd finally run out of people and they're like, there's nobody left in your area. And then I would drive to another area. It was actually what put me over the edge to get Easy Pass. But the thing that I didn't like about Coffee Meets Bagel is that they only gave you like a short window of time to talk to the other person on the app, so you got pushed to real text prematurely. You know what I mean? You want to, it was too familiar. I wanted to stay in Ustedland. Yeah, you remember that from high school Spanish? It's just Spanish. It doesn't have to be high school Spanish. I think just, you remember that from Spanish. Come on, John. But this is a real interaction with me and this lovely person, Olivia. We exchanged pleasantries, blah, blah, blah. She's like, how are you? I'm like, very good, thanks. Trying to finish a project. I don't have any projects. I don't know why I said that. Maybe my fault for starting this with a lie. Okay. And I have shows tonight. I do stand-up. Okay? I told you it's important to tell women that right off the bat, because most of you do not like it. But she said, stand up, I have some friends who are comedians. Yeah, what do you think I said to that, buddy? You have no idea? I feel like I just caught you in your own moment. You weren't really paying attention. Never had anybody not give the correct answer. Or an answer. Who are they? Very good. You needed a minute. You just needed a minute. He was like, he's all right, I think he's done talking to me. I'm bald and that's it. I know him, I can't ask him. All right. I said who? Yes, with 3 question marks, because I was interested. And then she said, nothing. Disappeared, radio silence for a full day. And I know she got the text, but in my head I did that thing like, maybe she didn't get the text. Maybe the signal was down or she lost her phone. Perhaps her parents died. So I give her a little nudge. I go, "Who are they?" "Sorry about your parents." I just said, "Who are they?" Okay. All right, this is her for realsies. "Why are you so interested in who my friends are when you don't even know me?" Yeah. We got a live one. But I didn't want to be mean, so I took a step back. I did a little namaste. And I said, "Oh, didn't realize I was offending you. The comedy community isn't so big. Thought I might know them. Little common ground." See? It's nice, right? Margie Weissman was right. Back to her. "It's fine." That's it. Then she gave me 3 names, one of which I do not know. Number 2, we're Facebook friends, but I don't know if we've ever met. And number 3, pretty good friend. Could have had something to talk about. Now I have something to talk about with that friend. Then she continues, "I myself am not a comedian. I'm not very funny." Well, we have established that. So that's where I left it. I couldn't answer at that point without being mean. I guess I could have been like, "It's fine." I guess I could have done my default, which is just 2 thumbs up and a poop emoji. I don't know. I kind of want to text her now, though, and just be like, "Thanks for the bit. Been doing it on stage. Turns out you are very funny." Maybe I'll be mean and I'll send her a picture of my family. But you guys seem cool. Let's just, can we talk about murder for just 1 second? I'm obsessed with the murder documentaries. My favorite murder documentary, and I think we can all agree you shouldn't have one. I don't know how we got here. But Staircase. Have you guys seen Staircase? Absolutely insane. All right, if you haven't seen it, this dude, he found his wife dead at the bottom of a staircase, hence Staircase. And he was accused of the murder. He went to jail, claims he's innocent, and there's this whole long docuseries about him. But the thing that I find fascinating, because they only mentioned this in like 1 episode, 17 years before that, he found his best friend's wife dead at the bottom of a staircase. I'm like, look, I don't know if he's a murderer, but he's not good luck. Right? I've never found anybody dead regular. So if I was to find 2 people dead in the same weird exact way, even if I didn't do it, I'd be like, I probably did it. Yeah, probably one, maybe both. I at least see why you guys need to investigate. I am on board with that. Who's in charge? Let's regroup. We'll rename the documentary Staircases. Well, seems like 2 stories here, and we'll get to the bottom of this. I'm merely doing stand-up comedy at a stand-up comedy show. But then other crazy stuff keeps coming out about this dude. It turns out while this whole thing was going on, he had a full-on relationship with one of the editors of the documentary. How smooth I mean, I hope she lives in a 1-level house. That's what I watch. My wife watches cooking shows all day. And if you don't believe me, I can tell you one of the names, and this is a deep dive. She watches The Pioneer Woman. All right, yeah. Only some people know The Pioneer Woman. I don't know what she's doing exactly, but it seems like she's just this sturdy redhead from the middle of the country who cooks for the clergy. And would like a little more attention from her husband. But she watches all the competition, and it's so, she doesn't cook. So at first I was like excited, and then I was like, oh, no, we don't, oh. So I'll just watch with her sometimes and just be like, oh, they really show you how to do that. They really lay it all out there for you. Step by step. With all that stuff we have. But we're good. We're happy, man. I am. I'm super happy, man. I mean, it's weird to think, like, it's been a crazy year. But like when I think about the pregnancy, this is the hardest thing. Like I should do this material earlier in the set, but I don't think people can handle constipation earlier. So the thing that was tough for my wife during the pregnancy was that it's very constipating, right? You don't have a kid, right? No. She just looked at me like, and that's why I don't do this earlier. But she was already a very constipated person. She loves when I tell people. This is absolutely true. During the pregnancy, she went 8 days without going to the bathroom. 8 days, like a reverse Hanukkah. We are calling it the Great Constipation of 2020. And by we, I mean my therapist and I. That's right, we have a couples therapist, I have a therapist, she has a therapist, and I suggest that. Any therapists here? Well. That sounds like you have some shitty friends. It's like, I feel like a therapist. I am, medically speaking, the extreme opposite. I don't know how to paint the picture any more delicately for you people. Yeah, so I feel bad. I'll be on like number 3 or 4 for the day, and I'm just like, I don't know, you want to watch? You want to pretend this one's yours? I don't know how to support you on this. Like, if I do more than that, I lie to her, and it feels like I'm cheating on her. I'm like, no, I'm organizing the medicine cabinet this time. No, I need my phone. But lucky for our daughter, she has perfect digestion. Right down the middle. Look, I don't know what I thought. I had no expectations. I don't know what I thought parenthood was going to be like, but I certainly didn't think it was going to be like holding the baby while sitting down to pee and eating a granola bar. One thing that was good about having the baby like really soon was that we didn't do that thing that a lot of my friends do, where they aren't quite ready to have a kid, but they want one eventually, so they get a dog to practice. They treat it like a baby. They call it this is our baby. Then they have a real baby, and they're just like, when's this dog gonna die? I wish we had a staircase. Just more stand-up comedy. I have been informed, though, that we are getting a pet so that our daughter can learn how to take care of something. And I was like, well, I'm almost 50. She can take care of me. I am old. I'm older. I'm 13 years older than my wife, which comes up. I didn't think it would. We were at a restaurant one night, and she was like, do you know what song this is? And I was like, I can't even hear a song. I feel before the pandemic, I had a sciatic nerve episode. Yeah, I know. Sounds athletic. Had to buy a heating pad, which is official old people territory. But it is also for 12-year-old girls. I did not grow up with sisters. I did not know this. Now my Amazon suggestions are very confusing. They don't know what to do with me. They're like, maybe you would like a mobility scooter. No, perhaps a spiral owl notebook. Could use that for your period journal, Jonathan. I don't go out late anymore. I don't think I'm supposed to. Right? If you're in your 20s and your 30s and you stay out late, people are impressed. If you're in your 40s or your 50s and you stay out late, people are suspicious. If I'm out late, I feel like people are just looking at me like, what's that guy still doing here? Must have lost his job today. And if you're in your 60s or your 70s and you're here right now, I hope you let somebody know. It is getting late. But it's fun when you're younger. Who is in their 20s and their 30s here? Anybody? Yeah, it's fun. I guess I miss it. Yeah, it's fun when you go out. You don't know what's going to happen. You're like, who am I going to meet? Where am I going to end up? Now I need to know exactly where I'm going. I need to know what time I'm going to be home. I don't want to meet anybody. I'm actually working on a system to unmeet some of the people that I do know. It's going to be an app. It's called See Ya. I don't go to strip clubs anymore because I don't like when other people take off my glasses. Got to be honest, I did not think you were going to be the demographic for that, but you clapped. You clapped. I know you have glasses, but that did surprise me. It's just weird. Life tames out on you, you know? It happens. Like, I mean, I always said I was like settled down. I just didn't have the family yet. Like, I've been wearing a fanny pack unironically for years. Like, but I did notice one thing that happened to me was that, like, when I first started doing comedy, like, in the city, like, you'd do shows on the weekend at, like, in Jersey or Long Island, and my thoughts were like, oh, I hope I get done in time and I can make it back to the city and meet my friends out. And now I'm just like, I hope I get done in time and Trader Joe's is still open. I got some stuff from Whole Foods to return there. And look, I know I'm not old, but I feel like I'm too old to be the baby dad, like a dad of a baby. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't heard her first word yet. I'm just so nervous she's gonna look up at me one day and be like, Grandpa? Do I have a papa? I don't know what her first word is gonna be, but her first full phrase is probably gonna be, Alexa, next song. We're getting so specific with Alexa, too. Like, at first, we were just like, Alexa, mellow music. Alexa, 80s music. Now we're like, Alexa, play barbecue music, but, like, if half the people there were vegans. Maroon 5, you nailed it, Alexa. Alexa, play love songs, but for a couple that had a baby too soon. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Oh, so she really did turn 1 last week when we had a little party, and I wrote her a poem. Yeah. This is a poem to Tallulah. Let me sleep. Please let me sleep. We let you sleep. There's so much going on behind the scenes for your sleep. There's a sound machine, blackout shades. I'm not allowed to go to the bathroom. I used to nap every day, sometimes twice. I miss it very much. Sorry I ate all of your yogurt snacks. All right. So this is so I just want to be half as good a parent as my parents were. I love my parents; they're the best, and we're going to Cape Cod with them in a little bit, and so I still call my parents. Right? I told you, like I use the phone for them and customer service, I guess. Those are the only people I call these days. But when my parents can't answer, they try to be hip and use the auto reply function, but they don't know what they're doing. So it just makes it more confusing. My dad will be like, I can't talk, I'm in a meeting. And I'm like, you're retired. But you can go into the phones and customize the answers. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go into my parents' phones, give them the options they need. All right, this is for my mom's phone. Can't talk, your father got us lost and we're trying to use the map thing. Playing mahjong, call you in 10 minutes on purpose and then 14 more times by accident. You guys know Legal Seafood? Yeah, it's my parents' favorite restaurant. That's all you need to know. At Legal Seafood, someone that walked in after us got seated before us. I'm staring down the hostess. Your father's looking for a manager. You have not lived until you've seen my mother make a 16-year-old at a podium on summer break cry. In Costco, lost your father. Do you need anything? All right, this is for my dad's phone now. Can't talk, looking for a bathroom. Can't talk, I'm in the bathroom. This is your mother, your father forgot his phone, he's in the bathroom. It runs in the family, the stomach issue. Hey, it runs in the family, everybody. It's another little joke in the stand-up comedy. It's true. That's one of the reasons why I am so happy to be at Gotham Comedy Club right now, because they have a bathroom for the comedians. A lot of comedy clubs do not. And I have a lot of anxiety, and pre-show I have to go sit-down style. And I know I have to be in the bathroom with you people. And I know one of you guys got back to the table and just like, that guy just took a shit. And someone at your table will be like, well, how do you know? And he'd be like, well, I recognize his sneakers. So I travel this country with decoy sneakers. Another comedy pet peeve I have is when people want to tell a comedian a joke after the show. Yeah, I know some of you have one locked and loaded. We don't want to hear it. That's why we leave. It's just always racist for some reason. It's just always so racist. It's just, you know what it's like? It's like going to a nice restaurant and then afterwards being like, where's the chef? I made him a grilled cheese sandwich at home. It's a grilled cheese sandwich that somehow tastes like the N-word. My in real life pet peeve right now is that people keep asking us if we're gonna have another kid. Yeah, well, honestly, I don't have the ab muscles to pull out, so probably. I know I said I got in shape, but it was all cardio, no crunches. But we're still trying to do things. We're still kind of a new couple, like sexually and stuff. We went on a little vacation for my wife's birthday in June, and she bought me a cock ring on Amazon. Which is one of the reasons why Jeff Bezos is flying into space soon. I think. So I put it on, and it just looked like my dick was married. But then I thought, isn't that a better place for the guy's wedding ring? Just need like a little extra reminder, like, are you sure you want to cheat? You're married. Plus, how much better would the wedding ceremony be? But the toughest part sexually for us so far has been right after the birth, because my wife had a C-section, and you can't have sex for like 6 to 8 weeks after a C-section. But we were still a new couple, and we wanted to do stuff, so we decided to do a little side-by-side masturbation. But we were still a new nervous parent. We were new nervous parents, so we had to bring the baby into the room with us. And it was the first thing that we did as a family. So sorry. As awkward as any of that is, I'm so glad because, like, do you know what I did the summer before I met my wife? I sent a picture of my penis to somebody. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody in their 40s should send their penis to anybody. My picture should just be like, are these the vitamins that you told me to get? Let me just mention that it was requested. I didn't just send out feelers with a group text. Like, who wants in on this? It was my first. She could tell it was my first. Not because it was bad. Although, what's good? Has anybody ever been happy about getting one of those? No, she could tell it was my first because I had to take some time to take a picture. You know what I mean? She was sending me stuff rapid fire from her library. And then she's like, how about something from you? And I'm like, all right, you've built up some equity. But I didn't have anything. Like, I feel like if you're that guy, you look like that guy. It's the sweet hair, is it a cross or a chai? It's a cross. You send dick pics. The white. Don't worry, this joke's not going in the album. I don't think any of the last 5 minutes is. Okay. No, if you're that guy, if you're a dick pic guy, you've got stuff ready to go, like a resume on file. Right? You probably have options like, oh, this girl seems like she'd like something rustic. I'm gonna send her the one from the hammock. I had nothing. Here's what I did. I took 8, I sent them to my brother. I'm like, are any of these good? He's like, I like number 5, and you need some vitamin D. All right. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I really appreciate it. You guys were so great. I really love it. Thank you guys.